I love you, buddy, but I just gave you chicken and fucking rice. This fucking dog eats better than McCrae because he's got the shits.
God,
What's up, people?
Man, I learned a lot tonight, boy.
I only caught like a little bit of that shit show. What was going on? So, evidently, you're like a woman or something.
Yeah.
Which
so
I mean, you do have titties, but like
that's true. That's true. So I brought up the fact that Gman, I brought him to his knees because he was talking shit again, and I admittedly fucked up. But I was like, I brought you to your knees like a woman. I was like, because I know I couldn't curse, so that was the first word that came to my mind. I was like, shouldn't have said that. Yeah, that was pretty sexist. So no, I had to cop to that. But G-Man's upset. He says I should apologize to Shani for saying that she sits on her ass all day, and because he doesn't know about my employment or lack thereof, so I can't. Oh yeah, you come in, Kitty. So that like he's equating Shani not having any education or doing anything and living off a rev to me receiving like compensation for what I've actually done and going to school and getting paid to go to school. So it gets weirder than that, because then I found out G-Man doesn't seem to understand that disability is not all physical, and that when Vaughn says disability, G-Man takes that as the standard. So when Vaughn says I can't be on my feet at all, and that's why I can never work for like the last 20 years, that's what G-Man thinks all disability is. And so,
he's not smart.
He's not. But I didn't realize until he started describing it, because now G-Man says I'm trying to.
Greg, I have a question in G logic, since you're more of a G whisperer. So right now I am cooking some Jamaican curry, Mrs. D. Like, come on, you know what you need to do. But does that make me a woman then? Because I'm cooking. So how does that work?
Yes.
So I'm womanly because I can feed myself and I don't eat gas station food.
Yeah, evidently, because I'm watching my wife's kid. I think that was a comment. I'm watching my wife's kid.
You're babysitting.
That what most people call babysitting. And then I'm in charge of his education and making dinner and shit like that. So I don't know. By the way, the link is in the description for those who want to pop in. Someone can let Mr. Weiser know, because I knew that was going to tick David off. Like I saw that coming.
Oh, he's getting heated right now.
Yeah. Oh, I could, because he's gotten like that before when people do say shit like that. That's why I didn't say anything. I was like,
I wanted the link to it because I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to be in there with Vaughn. Like, how is it that Vaughn is like 56 going on 77? Like what?
He hasn't worked in 15 years.
But that's not how aging works. Like I don't think that like most people that work hard, like they age slower. Like I don't think that's how aging works.
That's how it works for Vaughn. Don't question him.
Have you seen Young Cobes?
I've only seen Cobes.
But Young Cobes.
No, I've seen whatever has been on the Salt Mine and on Danknet.
Yeah, it's a very stark contrast. Look up Anonymous Casper, Wyoming.
But I feel like with a lot of these people, it's just like they don't take care of themselves. That's why they age terribly. Like if you're fat as shit and you're like a lazy bum and like you think that a $400 suit is like a good amount to pay for a suit, like of course you're going to age terribly.
Is it a
shout out to Clark University?
Shots fired, Sam.
No, I'm just shouting out a good school in New England. What are you talking about, Kitty? I'm not firing any shots, and how dare you and your vagina imply that? Excuse me, Virgina.
Please, honey, I'm not a virgin.
No. That's how G-Man taught me how to pronounce vagina, and it's pronounced Virgina, and I have to thank him for that.
It's pronounced Virginia.
But no, so I watched some of that, and like something like I know G-Man is regularly disingenuous. I've seen enough of his stuff to know that. But there's like a drastic difference. Like, one, you don't have to be disabled for the GI Bill. You just have to have served, for
Yes.
starters. And there is such a thing as getting disability from the military if you are partially disabled, where you'd still be able to work, but just your shit got jacked in the military, so they pay you compensation for that. It doesn't mean that you're completely fully disabled and cannot work. So I don't understand, but I guess it requires nuance.
Well, right now his
Gman
his
is not
arguing
good at nuance.
right now his arguing factor is the fact that he has Vaughn in there, who claims that he served 9.5 in the Army, months in the Army, 2 years in the Naval SEAL Cadet Corps, and then 6 months with the Coast Guard. Drag, is that a contract?
That's not. That's like when he started describing it, I was like, that's just too short of any contract. But which is weird because Vaughn should be receiving some type of compensation if he had at least 3 years in one service. I'm thinking.
I mean, to be fair, he looks like he could be receiving Social Security given how he's aging. But
I mean, he should be receiving any and all like tax returns because he was the Punisher.
wait, really?
Well,
He thinks
did
he's the
say
Punisher?
that he was getting disability on that stream, and that if he was unable to work, and that if he went and said he was going to go get a job, that there'd be a federal investigation, and he could end up in federal prison for basically defrauding the government.
Yeah. So Sam, you never heard the Punisher story?
I've heard vague references. I have to keep my Tard bandwidth has to be somewhat streamlined because I only have limited amount of Tard bandwidth. You understand?
I get that. Vaughn claimed that the character of Frank Castle, the Punisher, was based off him when he transferred.
Well, that's interesting.
Well, he claims that because after he transferred out of the Army into government work, he became like a super block operative that just administered justice as he saw fit.
And I'm guessing that there is some non-truths involved there.
Yeah,
Can
because
Google. Sorry. When the Punisher first came out.
68.
I'd be curious to know.
78. I'm sorry.
78. And around what time would Vaughn have been, in the military?
He would have been between the ages of 9 and 11.
So, yeah, totally full of shit. I mean, I knew that, but, just by the numbers.
Oh, the ages of 9 and 11, that's been dissected.
Well, he was part of the original Space Force, too. So, don't forget that.
Yeah, he was a Space Marine door gunner.
So has Vaughn ever, in y'all's history knowing him, has he ever shown his DD-214?
Yes.
He actually has one.
Yes. I think I hate bringing him up, but there was a channel called Just Darren. He dissected the video where Vaughn shows his DD-214.
And they got to his re-enlistment code?
Oh, he actually...
RE3.
It was what?
He RE3. Actually did.
RE3. I don't think you can re-enlist with that, if I'm not mistaken.
Not without a waiver.
That would make sense for the short duration then.
Now, I know that the biggest nail in the coffin was he also has a JHJ.
JHJ?
Which is, I believe, how do they pronounce it? Unsatisfactory performance.
Okay.
Hey.
So he basically washed out.
Oh, yes.
So hypothetically, if someone had the link to Gman's Hangout, because I was feeling interested, hypothetically, could someone give me that link? because hypothetically, well, in actuality, marijuana is legal in my state, and hypothetically, I am under the influence.
The link is in Tardyard.
Ditto.
Can you link it again and tag me?
Are you talking about Atheism Sucks 3 open hangout? Is that what you're talking about, Sam?
I had to ask the question because he posed it to me. So what did I... God damn. The hell did I just hear?
Me closing a door.
A very creepy door.
A very creepy door.
Yeah.
So G-Man asked me, what did I
goddamn
lie?
ghost in your house, goddamn it.
G-Man asked me, what did I lie about being the person, like the Dragoon, that he won to Christ? I'm like, well, I don't know how you would know that unless you watch Trag's channel.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fair.
I've done hurt. I have a
pretty good point.
And I told him flat out, like I said that in hopes that he would, self-sabotage because you're an idiot.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm still not sure what I did to get blocked yet again.
I've been trying to get blocked. I still can't.
Well, it doesn't take much.
Yeah. I just been doing mostly shots at Vaughn, though, so...
Well, I mean, I called Gary a dumbass several times, and I got timed out once when I said horse pussy.
I think he kicked me off because I used the name Buck Hockey.
Actually, that might have been what did it, because when he brought Vaughn in, that's when I got timed out. Like, I got fucking banned from StreamYards when I brought up the fucking Skyrim mods.
Oh, is that Melissa? Thank you, Melissa, for calling that out. I was wrong for that. Thank you.
Wrong.
So, Vecco, actually, how about this? Here's a link, man. Come on in. I'll tell you. I mean, I'm not sure how y'all can pay for rent. And y'all know that I've had VA disability since you know me. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I like that. That's really certain. You know what I do for a living, Drag. So listen to them talk about it, man. It's like
you can tell none of them ever served at all ever in their life, or even you were veteran.
Oh God,
Drag, you are a fat body and you are fucked in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fucking shit!
Those are your disabilities.
Yeah, most people could probably guess 3 of them, like right off the bat. What 3 disabilities every veteran have?
Tinnitus,
PTSD, bro.
That's one. Not tinnitus. I wasn't artillery. Not tinnitus.
I can get you. I can help you get that. Allegedly, sir. No. Yeah.
Does unemployment count as a disability?
Yeah. Right. Actually, honestly, there is a provision in the VA regs that, like, even if you're not 100%, if you're at a high enough level of disability,
I've got it. It's atheism. The Army made you atheist.
Yep. Atheism is not a disability that we acknowledge anyway.
Well, like the point I try to bring up to him, and like, you describe a dream where you're about to get raped by 2 guys in a bathroom stall. I'm not going to call that a dream. That's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
I got new people.
Unless he's into that kind of thing, and then it's a fantasy.
I got new people in the background. Does anybody want to? Who's not talking?
Oh, I got a big mouth, but I'll drop out. It's cool.
Okay, Todd, are you gonna be talking or?
Yeah, you can background me if you need to get back on.
I mean, I can step out too.
Hello there.
Hello. What's going on?
Yeah, so this is a fascinating discussion about my medical history.
Oh, you can't get 10 people in here, or is it only with the paid subscription?
Only with the paid subscription. There's no use in me doing that.
Oh, okay. So that does confirm my curiosity then. Okay.
Yeah, get a fucking job, Drag. Goddamn.
I know, man. I mean,
right?
Yeah. You're using
fucking
your
scrub.
I just thought I popped in since I got the invite. So what's going on?
Yeah, it seems to be a really big interest in how much money I make and what I do. So I figured inquiring minds wanted to know, and I'd be more than willing to discuss it in a civil manner.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you
Well, I
got
mean,
what PTSD, and that's your disability or whatever.
One of many.
Oh, okay.
Right.
well, I mean, the question I would like to ask is this whole notion of G-Man getting on drag about how he has to go out and get a job because he's getting paid by the government. Wouldn't that apply to Rev?
Or anybody. Vaughn, like, I can't walk. Well, there's jobs that you can sit down and do.
Well, I mean, it was only a couple months ago that Vaughn lost 20 pounds overnight.
I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
So,
it's
just curious.
It is funny because I thought this whole thing was like just G-Man fucking around and making a really dumb argument just to fucking piss off drag, just taking the piss. But like, I think him and Vaughn actually believe what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, G-Man's recent stint, like, that's a lot of Jesus Lord's shtick. That since I'm an atheist, I apparently have to be a socialist, and I'm apparently pro-choice.
Yeah,
Eating babies.
they're
Liberal.
delicious. They're delicious.
Very delicious.
But I mean, Veckel, like we've talked before, and you've usually been very cordial.
Yeah, I have my days. I have my moments.
Beckel, can you explain to me why I'm sorry, why G-Man is so obsessed with homosexuality? I'm serious. This is a serious question. I'm not trying to be funny. Like he literally has a very deep interest in other people's internal workings on this issue. So I'm curious, where does this come from?
I don't know. I've never heard him talk about homosexuality.
Long crusade against Jade over it.
He talks about homosexuality just about as much as any other Christian.
Or shit.
I would disagree.
Nah, you do not talk about homosexuality a third of the much as he does.
Well, he's more outspoken than I am on certain matters. So
it's a diplomatic way of putting it, I'd say.
Well, I mean, I'd try to address it on.
But if he's talking about it a lot, I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean to you?
I don't know. He's having weird dreams about being in a truck stop with soldiers unzipping their fly behind him.
Did he really say that?
I mean, he
kind
of did.
Oh yeah,
no, he didn't. I think you guys are adding that up.
Or there was
absolutely
he woke up at 3 a.m. thinking about trans people.
Oh yeah. Veckel, this is no lie. We've been going over this all week, man.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, one thing I'll say.
I have a question for you, Spackle. I mean, are you still a Christian or a professing believer?
I'm a deist.
Oh, you're a deist now. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. So when did this transformation happen? I'm just curious. I mean, we don't have to dwell on it. I'm just curious when did this happen?
I'd say it's been almost a year at this point.
Oh, it's been that long? Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
well,
so
I shorthand it.
So now it's just Spackle, not
sorry.
I shorthand and say deist for you because if I make it more complicated, you'll be like, no, because I kind of know what your criteria is for Christian.
Yeah, well, it's
but
what the
some
Bible
people
says.
would call me a Christian. I'd be more like a Christian deist, though. But I know that for you, that would not make the criteria. So that's why I said deist.
Oh, okay.
It's
we don't have to dwell on it. I mean, you know what I would say. So you pretty much have an idea of where my thoughts would be on that. So we don't have to make the discussion about that. Although I would love to talk to you on that, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe sometime we can have a conversation about it. Because I think you and I can have a decent dialogue about things like that.
Sounds good. But back to G-Man and gay thoughts. I don't know of. I'm not convinced that he spends a lot of time talking about homosexuality. I don't see that.
You might want to check out his latest video on Gman.
I see him speaking a lot, being very outspoken about sin in general, and he talks about homosexuality as well.
I'm just saying, like, the story he told on Gman,
yes,
like his main channel, it seems like that's not a dream I would have had. That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You betcha.
So
it was definitely interesting.
This is a video that he posted recently, or
yes, on his main channel.
Was it? Like
he talked about. Yeah, it was Monday at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I watched the entire thing, and he said straight up he was in a bathroom stall, and there were soldiers unzipping themselves behind him,
giggling.
And I literally the minute I heard that, I went to drag server, and I typed in, "Yo, G-Man's talking about a gay sex fantasy," because I didn't hear him say something about rape until like way later on. I was like, "What the fuck is this dude talking about?"
Yeah.
Are you speaking in a fucking gymnasium? Because there's a lot of echo
in there.
Yeah.
Sound like you're in
bit.
the Good to see you, though.
Am I talking through? I'm on a treadmill talking to y'all.
Is this a
I'm not
Ginger
sure
Jesus?
if I'm coming through or not.
This is Ginger Jesus.
Yeah.
Let Kitty talk. God damn it.
Sorry, I don't want to interject, but I knew somebody that like was homosexual, and they were also very religious, and it manifested in some really strange ways and some really destructive behaviors. Now, I'm not saying that G-Man is or isn't, but having these types of thoughts and having these types of dreams and describing them as dreams and not nightmares, it does make me wonder.
So he didn't identify them as a nightmare. He just said that he had a dream.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
no, I know that's a very weak card to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to ask, how did he describe his feelings about the quote unquote dream?
It seemed like he thought he was about to get raped.
Okay.
Well, didn't he start off by like?
He was really blasé about it.
I don't see how that would be a dream then. Okay, but
I know that. So if I'm not mistaken, like how he started off saying the dream was like he missed the rapture or some shit. I can't remember the exact thing that he said.
Yeah.
And then it led into him being in a bathroom stall, and then soldiers unzipping themselves. And then he's like, "No, that's not."
Don't forget the giggling.
And they were giggling, and then he said, "No, sir, not today," and he ran out of the bathroom or some shit. Like this is like I'm not making this up. Go watch his video, dude. Like,
I'm not saying you're making it up, but definitely got to look into this and see for myself, because people can misconstrue a lot of things that are being said. So,
well, I mean, it's kind of hard to misconstrue someone saying a man's behind me unzipping his pants.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're reading too much into what's being said and not really taking in how he said it or why he said it, then that's a whole different situation there.
Right, but he did say like he thought they were gonna rape him. Like he flat out said that.
Yeah, I don't know if G-Man thinks rape is a moral thing, so I would presume that was a nightmare that he had.
Oh, come on.
Well, diplomatic.
I'm just trying to be honest.
It as a dream,
you should join the
and
State
he was
Department.
really blasé about it. Where it was just like, I had this dream, and we were going to this convention, and it was me and like these other people, and we were in this van, and then there were these checkpoints set up where they were testing the vehicles for COVID, and they opened the car, and they said that it looked dirty in there, so they made us get out, and then they're checking for COVID, and then this guy that was in the car just disappeared, and I turned to this one guy that was with me, and we're like, "Oh, like
brother.
this is it. It's the rapture." Yeah,
it sounded a lot like the beginning of I Am Legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, it was the rapture, and they were so excited and praising Jesus in their heads, and then they didn't get taken away in the rapture, and they're like, what's up? And then there are all these soldiers everywhere, and like with guns, and then he went to go use the restroom, and he went into a stall, and there was already a guy in there, but he went in anyway, and then the soldier came in behind him and started giggling while unzipping his pants.
Yeah, and he was very calm about it, which was like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it was kind of weird how calm he was, like talking about this dream.
Like, that's why I said he was very blasé about it. Like, if I had a dream about rape, I would be fucking horrified, and it would show in my voice and the way I described it, not like I was describing a dream about the rapture and being left behind.
Oh, like, even as a dude, I've never just bursted in on a bathroom stall with the guy in there, and he
like,
giggled,
it's
and
cool.
then another guy come in behind me, and he giggled while the pants unzipped. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I gotta agree.
I want to say, Kitty, your retelling of the dream was pretty much word for word, man. Do you have a photographic memory? Because like that was exactly almost the way he told the story.
No, but I mean, honestly, my memory can be kind of shit, actually. But there was just, it struck me like the way, like, look, I am a survivor of sexual assault, so it's like when he was describing a rape dream and was so blasé about it, it really stuck with me in my mind. And I know that, obviously it wasn't an actual assault or anything like that. It was just a dream, and we can have horrible, nightmarish dreams. But, I mean, to be so blasé about something that would be so horrific and traumatic, it really stuck with me.
Well, yeah, and I felt bad for laughing about it. Like, as soon as he said that it was like a rape dream, I was like, oh, shit. I didn't know, like when he was, like, he didn't say it immediately. Like, he didn't say that it was, like, a rape thing until, like, about 3 or 4 minutes after he talked about this shit. So, like, I thought he was just, saying he had a dream where dudes unzipped their pants and were laughing about it. Because that's what caught me off guard.
So he says in the dream he actually got raped, or they were about to rape him?
No, he fought him off.
Like, they were about to.
Oh.
Yeah, like, he fought him off and ran out of the room and said, not today, or something like that.
Now, granted, like, it's not like the doom scenario that Vaughn has just presented, because apparently there's a Borg cube right next to the sun.
A Borg?
What?
A Borg.
A Borg cube.
Oh, Jesus.
What the fuck is a Gorg cube?
Borg.
Like
cube.
Borg, the alien race from Star Trek, the one that
like
assimilates
resistance is futile.
other races. I am the cutest of Borg. Resistance
Resist.
is futile.
What the fuck?
I have a meme on my phone, and it's a cat up next to one of those old school like webcams that are round, and it like was lined up just perfectly so that it was covering one of the cat's eyes, and it's like, I am the catest of Borg. Resistance is futile. I saved it,
dude.
Like as soon as I saw
Von
it,
Helton is on some. Von Helton is on some crazy shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because he's nuts.
He's not
Well,
on anything.
He's always on some crazy shit.
Like, Veckel, I know that you're kind of cool with Vaughn. I get that. I respect
guys,
that.
I have a special guest that wants to come in here, and I'm going to need somebody to give him space.
I love Vaughn. I love Vaughn.
I can go with
I take Vaughn, and I take everybody with a grain of salt, particularly characters like Vaughn, because he says a lot of stuff that I think is kind of, So, but I still love the guy. I love the guy.
You can backroom me.
I got a lot of questions that get on me about having him in the rooms too. So,
Puff, I'm about to hold off on you, man, but there's somebody special that wants to come in and speak. Veckel, I think you'll like this person.
Oh no, who is this?
I'm scared.
It better not be
I just
Obama.
volunteer to go.
It's Santa Claus.
Is it Jill?
No.
Oh no! Please tell me it's not.
No, he's always watching, but no, it's not him. Okay, so. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to stick around too long because I did promise I'll go back to Gman's hangout. So I was just kind of bored to see what people were doing. So, but who we got here?
All right. What's going on, Faithful?
Faithful, is that you?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. What's going on?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
This is I believe this is my first time on Drag's channel.
Yeah, I think it is too. Yeah, we usually just chat on the phone.
Yeah, let me go ahead and because I got the thing playing in the background.
In fact, I saw that you were in the background of one of my hangouts, and then when I was ready to broadcast people, I noticed you were gone. So
yeah, I'm gonna be honest. There's a reason for that. You know, brother. I love you. I want everyone here to know that
bro, stop right there. We're not doing this in front of no atheists, man.
Nah. Listen, man. I think it's fair to say this because the person that I'm talking about isn't a Christian, so it has to do with Von Helton.
Okay,
so
I'm just letting you know right now, bro. I know that you you know.
Well, here's the thing.
I respect your opinion, man, but we're not.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
Tell you that right now.
Yeah, but hear me out, though. I love you. I respect you. Bro, I respect you as a Christian and as a person who has done apologetics. But I have never been able to understand how you have. Okay, did he just leave?
Yeah, he left on his own accord. That's wow.
Well, no. And to his look, to be fair, he generally doesn't like to talk about this kind of stuff. But I am not a fan of Von Helton. Anyone that knows me knows that I don't rock with Von Helton at all. I just don't understand why he continually has him in his room and doesn't, I don't know. Anyways, I mean, he says he doesn't want to have this conversation in front of atheists, but my view is that if a person is exhibiting the sort of behavior that we would consider to be anyone, whether you are a believer or disbeliever, if they're exhibiting the sort of behavior that is considered deplorable, why not just check that person and at the very least give them the same heat that you give the atheist?
Mm-hmm. That's a fair point. That is a fair point, man. I gotta respect that.
I respect that.
And for the record, I know a lot of you guys, a lot of you probably are not fans of Veckles, but I personally consider Veckel to be a person who, believe it or not, I believe him to be reasonable. Although he can have his moments, his missteps, like all human beings have their moments of, I guess you could say, not the best decision making. In this case, you could see with Veckel, with the Von Helton being in his room kind of thing. As a Christian, I personally wouldn't have Von Helton in my room. And it's because of the kind of person he is, the sort of behavior that he has exhibited on the internet, the fact that he seemingly doesn't learn from his mistakes.
Right. Like, he makes me uncomfortable just talking to him, and I don't even fucking know about the dude. Like, 100%.
Now, I want anyone who's listening to me who might think that, just so everyone knows, Drag and I ideologically are on opposite ends of the spectrum. He knows I don't agree with his atheism. I'm sure he doesn't agree with my theism. But I think he and I can both agree that Von Helton should not be in a hangout, especially if the hangout is addressed to disbelievers and you're, in the case of Veckel, giving off the impression that this person is on the same team as you. I think it would be important to go ahead and make that distinction be very clear from the jump, that if you're in a room with this person, because of course you can't really police who's in your room. I get that. I mean, you can theoretically, but if you're an advocate of freedom of speech, as Veckel is, because Veckel does believe in people being able to have the right to voice their opinions. If you don't agree with this person, in the case of Von Helton, ideologically, why have him be in the room to begin with and not outright let everyone know that you don't agree with this person's viewpoint and be very clear that you oppose them ideologically in the same way that you would an atheist? I've never been able to understand how Veckel doesn't do that. But Veckel is still my brother. I still respect him. I still love him. I don't agree with his approach. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit because I really don't understand that.
Because I think in the grand scheme of things, it all boils down to at least he's not an atheist.
Right. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Faith. Like, you're making really good points. I don't really know Veckel. This is my first time, like, talking to him since, like, forever ago. And I've only talked to him twice. And
He cut out.
What, did I cut out? Or the person? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was over here looking at the live chat. So what is going on? So is Gman hosting a discussion on his channel at the moment?
Yes.
I really don't know what's up with that dude. I mean, I have seldom heard Gman be as stupid as he was tonight.
Okay, just real quick, everybody.
Is this
people have already hold on for a second. So people have already given me plenty of money for this. So I just said screw it, and then I'm maxing this out to 10 people, so everybody can come in and express themselves. So I'm going to more than likely hide myself in the back. Unfortunately, I can't get in. Whoever is trying to get in, Todd, man, if you don't mind, could you give a spot to whoever's trying to come in? Because I keep getting this notification, but I can't get anyone in the background because there's so many people.
Can someone bring Veckel back in here?
He's in.
I doubt he's going to, man.
He's in.
I don't understand something. Just for the record, I am not in here because I endorse Dragnut's atheism or anyone's atheism in here. I want it to be known I am militantly Christian. I mean, absolutely 100% Christian, and there's no fiber of me that agrees with atheism at all. And I'm not even sympathetic towards atheism. That doesn't mean that I can't be friends with someone who holds to that viewpoint, despite our differences. In the same way that I could ideologically be opposed to someone who is Muslim completely, 100%. Believe in my mind that that person is going to hell, but still be friends with them just on a purely human level. Needless to say, though, with that being said, I still look at Von Helton and the sort of, because I don't think that it's right for a Christian who wants to reach disbelievers to be in a room with a person who has a history, who has a past of deplorable behavior that has been recorded by various people online. And I mean, can I mention some of the things, Drag, like the stuff with the kids?
Yeah, please do. So Veckel's in the side chat, and he's saying
I can probably top you.
He knows how to contact me. Congrats on getting it. But so I guess fellowshipping with Vaughn is better than fellowshipping.
No, I don't want Veckel to think that I'm trying to bring necessarily. It's not bringing correction because I'm not rebuking him. I wanted to have a discussion. It's a simple trying to glean where he's coming from, because we've had this discussion before and he's agreed with me that Vaughn is obviously not someone who's saved, and yet I feel that there is a difference in how he treats Vaughn versus how he treats someone like Drag. Now, granted, he feels that he and Drag have a past and there's, I guess, animosity there based on whatever has happened with you guys in the past. As Faithful forgot a Christian should make porn and should wait. I don't understand the question that Deidre's asking.
Why do I hear G-Man in the background?
As Faithful forgot a Christian should make porn.
I think
maybe the way she worded it.
Yeah, I think she means like Shani and Rev. Is it Christian for them to make porn? I think it's
absolutely not.
I've got.
They're not even supposed to be looking at it.
And for the record, Revelation News helped me out during my time of need. This is not coming from a place of bitterness. This is not me trying to toss him under the bus. I certainly appreciate his help during that time. But if I'm going to be consistent in my faith, I have to say that what Shani and Rev are doing is wrong. You know, that lifestyle that they're living, from my viewpoint, from the Christian worldview, is wrong.
Oh, yeah. And she's getting back into the sex stuff again. She's talking. I watched about 30 seconds of one of her last videos, and it was about women's hygiene stuff or whatever. I mean, she's really getting back
Oh,
into
no.
weird stuff again.
Oh yeah.
And so that repent thing that I think Rev made a reference to in one of the hangout I was in, that's all nonsense. They haven't repented of nothing.
No, Rev
Was
doesn't.
that
look
why
at
I
it.
will say, sorry, but no, I will say that is at least honorable that, you know, you are consistent in your beliefs, and even somebody that you care about, somebody that, you know, you have a good rapport with or has helped you, that you're not going to turn a blind eye to, you know, the misdeeds, you know, that you believe that they are doing, that you would be, you know, consistent in that and not hypocritical. Because I think the biggest thing that irks me about people, and it doesn't matter if they're religious or not, is hypocrisy.
Oh yeah.
So, like, just kudos on that. I haven't had the chance to meet you yet, but hi, I'm Kitty. Nice to meet you.
How you doing, Katie? Katie, is it?
Kitty, like a cat.
Kitty.
Like a cat. Real quick.
Yeah.
So people who are being hidden in the back, new people can't come in because you're physically taking up a spot. So if you're not going to be in the stream, you want to make some room for other people, you would have to actually remove yourself, because I think Hogtie Champ and whoever else is hitting the thing, is they're trying to get in. So yeah.
So Drag, let me just do something very quickly.
I can be out in a minute. I do want to address David, if you're still here.
Well, before you address David, I just wanted to say to Vekel, you're my brother. I don't want you to think that I was doing this as something underhanded. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply wanted to get your viewpoint on Von Helton, because you and I have had this discussion in private. You know that you don't agree with Von Helton, and I've told you that it ends up giving a bad impression to others, people, especially people who don't know you, and if they're getting their impression of you, I mean, how would I word this? If they've already looked into Von Helton's past, and they see him in your room, and they see how you treat Von Helton versus the way that you treat others, I'm saying it sends the wrong message. Now, at the end of the day, it's your channel. You're a grown man. You do what you want to do. I'm simply saying, if you want to be effective in your apologetics towards disbelievers, I think you need to show consistency in that area, at least in that area. You know, you can have your disagreements with people in any other area, but that one area, I think that's what I personally believe you need to work on. And one more thing, I just want to let everyone in here know, I do not agree with Gman. I believe that Gman is a poor representative of the Christian faith. And someone needs to, yeah, there we go. I believe Gman is a poor representative of the Christian faith. And let it be on record, Gman has indeed helped me in the past when I was going through my tough time. And I appreciate him for that. But I cannot be hypocritical and, you know, look the other way and pretend as if Gman does not bring these problems on himself. Now, do I think that sometimes Drag can go overboard? Yes, I do think Drag can go overboard, and Drag and I have had conversations about that. However, Gman instigates as much as anyone else, and he has behaved terribly in the past in ways that he himself would never, ever accept from an atheist. I mean, he has done things, he has said things to other believers that I personally have not witnessed Dragnut doing, or others that he would oppose. Now, that's not vindicating Dragnut in his disbelief or anything like that. I'm simply stating facts as it pertains to Gman and his hypocrisy. And Drag and I have had conversations about this, that there is a ton of hypocrisy coming from Gman. And if he claims to be a Christian, he should be exhibiting the behavior of a Christian consistently. That doesn't mean you don't slip up. People make mistakes. But if you make mistakes, you should apologize. And it shouldn't take someone pressing you to apologize. It shouldn't take someone threatening you to apologize. And it certainly shouldn't be the case that if you're going to apologize, that you should then obligate the other side, the person that you have offended. You shouldn't obligate them to have to apologize back to you. I've never been able to understand why G-Man feels the need to apologize, only with the caveat that the other person apologized to him, even if the other person hasn't done anything to him. I
believe Burnt Toast can shed a lot of light on that. She left a long post on my last video where even if just half of it is true, G-Man's Christianity is very suspect.
I would just like to say that Faithful, if we could rewind the tape back about 6 years, you would love my grandmother. Absolutely love my grandmother. Because you are speaking the exact same thing that she just said.
Yeah, Faithful, man, you seem like a really good guy. Like I don't know you that well, and I've only met you once, but like, you know, you're being really fair with this, and like I don't even know half the crap people could tell me about Von Helton, and I wouldn't help platform him. Like, and I'm agnostic.
So just to kind of illustrate what Faithful's talking about, he and I have talked, and when he talks about me going too far, this is the video that I made because I felt compelled to, because he was right. And so you see Aries too far, what happened to No Mercy, No Quarter. So yeah, so this is evidence if y'all want to go and see the context of that, and I named it that for a reason, right? So don't think that you know, this isn't somebody that I, you know, don't deeply respect at all. Like this I actually, like, God, we talk 3 or 4 times a month, and at least for an hour.
Right.
And probably the most information I've ever gotten about the Bible, Black Hebrew Israelites, comes from Faithful to God, right? So I think it's interesting that when there's these depictions of who I go after, because there's definitely a trend. There's definitely a trend of, you know, me going after Christians, but there's that counterbalance of having somebody who has an enormous amount of integrity and self-awareness, and that I'd be remiss if I did not exalt and acknowledge somebody like that. And it's interesting to see what happens to other so-called Christians when Faithful comes around. That, I mean, like seeing is believing, you know, for me. And so when you see somebody with a lot of integrity and a lot of self-respect, that to me shows a lot about their character. So I'm gonna shut the hell up and let y'all talk. So I'd be remiss if I did not say that.
No, I
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, like, I absolutely agree, and it goes back to what I was saying. And, you know, I'm just going to make an observation here. Like, the fact that, you know, you're a Christian, but you speak regularly with God. Now, regardless of, you know, my feelings on belief or faith or what have you, it shows that you are very strong in your convictions of your faith, because it seems like the people that aren't willing to talk to atheists, that want to just write them off completely and stick their fingers in their ears and not actually have a communication or a dialogue, it seems to me that they're the ones that have the weakest conviction in what they believe.
Right.
Yeah. I want to also say that I kind of agree with Katie when she had said earlier about the consistency aspect, because it's something that I tried to do as well, which is why a lot of the times if you see me on Twitter, you may see me, you know, attack, you know, somebody or say something about, you know, religion, but
didn't mean to make
9 times out of 10,
quiet. Sorry.
9 times out. Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. But 9 times out of 10, I attack other atheists who
I said
are
something
going
and
after.
everybody gets super quiet, and it's like, oh, what did I do? Sorry.
Katie, you may need to refresh.
Yeah, I don't think she can hear me.
Yeah, I want to say hi to my brother Mark. I haven't spoke to you in a couple of weeks. I haven't really found a good time to call you. I don't know. I'm really not too sure what your work schedule is anymore. But I came back negative on my COVID test.
Well, that's good.
So,
That's good, man. Congrats.
I didn't hear you, Mark. I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said apparently I guess I belong in G-Man's camp because I'm working.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't been disabled or classified with any kind of problem from the VA that I know of.
At least not professionally.
That was a big thing that I wanted to bring up to you, David. And now that Mark's in here, I want to bring that up to you. This whole idea that if you serve in the military, you're somehow dependent on the welfare state.
No, not necessarily true. You earned it.
Yeah,
whatever the VA says you earned. You don't see. G-Man doesn't understand. He thinks Dragnet is lying to get whatever benefits he's getting. You can't lie. They're the ones that decide what your problem is and what you get for it. There's no lying.
The person who is telling him that Drag is lying is Vaughn.
Well, Vaughn, I'm not even sure if Vaughn was ever in the military because there's things he says that just doesn't add up to me.
He was in for 9.5 months.
Then he don't know a damn thing.
No, he washed out basically.
Hey, here's the thing: the VA certifies you with a disability. That is for life. Life. Drag can be a multi-millionaire.
Tomorrow. Well, they can decide to change it. They can decide to lower or raise it as time goes by, and whatever your health situation is at the moment. They can decide.
Mark, you were trained as a tanker, but you weren't training with a grease gun, so you're
obviously. You were a tanker? I didn't know that. I thought you were a radio operator.
I've done a little bit of everything in the military, apparently. No, I was a
military operator, military police.
I was a tanker for a while.
POW guard. I was just a radio operator.
I fixed night vision.
But you both served.
Right. Yeah. I did 6 years. I think with all Mark's time add up, he probably did closer to maybe 15.
I can hear Buck in here. Buck served.
Yeah, like I said, I fixed night vision in the Army, so.
Yeah, like one of the benefits I get is that I get put ahead of a waiting list in a lot of jobs, and that's how I got the job I have now. Is the VA gave it to me. That's why I'm so glad I have it, and because of the treatment I got from the VA and my job, I really thrived.
Well, I actually have VA medical benefits. I don't have any combat-related injuries or any service disability, but the mere fact that I served during the years that I did, I actually got classified, and now I get health care.
I just want to say real quick, David, you did very well in standing your ground and explaining that just because you have the GI Bill, it's money that you've earned, that you've invested, and I don't know why he can't get that through his.
Well, because G-Man is actually jealous. And
I think it's wasn't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, there's a couple of things there.
He feels slighted. He's actually, like I said in my latest video, he is a 40-year-old teenager that can't get his life together, and he's always a charity case. And he's mad that somebody's got their crap together, like Dragnut, and he went and served his country, got hurt, and so the VA is giving him benefits that he is using to better his life.
Well, one thing that nobody said is that he's worked when his wife hasn't worked and supported her, and they flipped places, and now well, he's going to school, and he's not going to school like he's going to school on a GI Bill, right?
Yeah.
And
so real quick before we get
I'm not done yet, and she's finishing, right? But she's working, and while he finishes school, like what G-Man can't think about, because he's a goldfish, is that she's investing in her future. She's securing a more financial earner in the future.
Yep.
And real quick, he doesn't understand that in a lot of relationships, the woman does work if she feels like it, or maybe there's a situation where she feels she needs to or wants to. That has nothing to do with have to. G-Man is assuming that Mrs. Dragnut has to work because Dragnut won't.
Yeah, that's not the situation. So, but real quick, everybody. So I'm going to hide everyone. It's just going to be me.
Can you keep Spacko in here? Could you keep Spacko in here too? I see Deidre's in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the three of us. I want this to be on record. I certainly want to be this. Hold on 1 second. Okay, Drag is
So man,
just
Faithful's gonna lay down the law on me. Watch out.
no. So I want to have a very quick discussion about some of the things that have transpired over the past, what is it, 2 years? Roughly 2 years since 2018 onward.
Yeah.
So we can kind of deal with some of the things that happened leading up to the unfortunate event that took place in my family. As you well know, Drag, you more than anyone knows what happened with my family, and how hard that was for me. Prior to that, and I also want Deidre in here because she was the one who assisted me in making the GoFundMe, and I truly appreciate you, Deidre, for that. I sincerely, I mean, words can't even begin to describe how much that meant to me. But
it's my pleasure to pay that forward. You've been a really good man, and I hated to see that you were in such a bad spot.
Right. Both of you know that I didn't want to talk about this out in public, right? There was a long time there where I did not want to involve myself in this back and forth, but I feel like I should say something now, at the very least, to have it on record. Now, again, this is not an endorsement of drag. I want everyone to know that, just so I'm very clear on that, because you know that you know how Gman is, and he's going to assume that I've somehow become an atheist, or I'm endorsing atheism, or whatever the case may be. I'm simply doing this out of integrity, and I feel that integrity is important. Everything that I do is centered on integrity, centered on soundness, and to me, it's unfair to simply say, oh, it's all Drag's fault. All of this is just Drag's fault. Dragnut's just the big bad bully going after G-Man for no reason, when the reality is G-Man has brought most of this upon himself. Deidre, you know this. You and I have had conversations about this in private. G-Man's behavior, G-Man's inability to introspect, his inability to fix the problems that he should be fixing in his personality. All of us have personality quirks, but he seemingly has an inability to be able to sit back, analyze what is wrong with his approach with people, whether it be believer or disbeliever, and to say, I need to make adjustments because this is not effective, whether it be in apologetics, whether it be in just simple relationship with people. He seems to have this inability to be able to sit back, check himself, and realize, I don't need to be blaming anyone else. This is my fault. I need to fall back. I should readjust accordingly. I should take some time off. He has an inability to do that, right? Deidre, you and I have talked about this, and I know what your thoughts are, right? Even if I don't totally agree with your thoughts, right? But we can all agree that G-Man has behaved poorly with believer and disbeliever alike, correct?
Yeah, it's like he has impulse control issues.
Right. Now, Drag, you and I have had multiple conversations on this topic, and one of the things you could tell the audience out there, what has been my viewpoint of the situation.
Oh man, the situation is such that you have somebody like G-Man who claims to be a believer in Christ, but left, right, and center is seemingly doing more damage than good. Mm-hmm. And that throughout the times that you and other brothers and sisters in Christ have given him opportunities, he has only spat in your faces. And so that, I'd probably say, over the course of us, talking back and forth, has been somewhat like the consistent message that you have expressed to me up until fairly recently, where you've let him know that I want no contact with you because your behavior has not changed at all. as a supposed brother in Christ.
Mm-hmm. I want to say this right now. I don't care. Someone said in the chat, you have just been put on notice. He is going to put you on his main channel for being here. First of all, I could care less what he does on his main channel. He gets less viewers than I do, and he has more subscribers than I do. And the reason why he's getting less viewers is precisely because the content of his channel has gone down significantly. And let me say why it's gone down significantly. It's not because he's a Christian, and it's not because he is presenting typical theist arguments. No, it's the other way around. He's possibly the worst representative in the community of the Christian faith that I personally know of. I'm sure there are probably
Mario's
people worse.
Pretty bad.
Say that again.
I said Villigent, Mario, and Channy's pretty bad, but yeah, he's one of the worst.
Okay, you know what? Yeah. Okay. let me take that back. He's one of the worst. He's in the top 10 worst apologists, in my personal opinion. I have seen him make some of the worst arguments ever, not because I think I'm better than him. It's not even like that. I simply believe his arguments, believe it or not, are bad primarily because of his tone, his approach. He doesn't understand. How can I put this? A lot of you would disagree with Matt Slick, right? But while Matt Slick can be at times he can be considered annoying by some people, you have to admit that he presents his arguments intelligently. He tries his best to approach it with a certain tone, even tone. Yeah. Sure. He may not be consistent in that tone all the time, but he at least tries. Gman, on the other hand, consistently approaches conversations with anybody. It doesn't matter if you're a disbeliever, if you're I mean, you could be a Hebrew Israelite, you could be an atheist, you can even be a Christian, you can be a fellow believer, and he still approaches the conversation in the most condescending fashion possible. I mean, he doesn't understand like etiquette. I guess that's the only way I could describe it. He doesn't understand proper etiquette in conversation. He doesn't understand how to properly formulate questions.
What he kind of reminds me of is, the kid in class that figures out like the only way that he can get attention is through negative attention. So like he will throw things, or like it's the kid that like shoots the rubber band constantly. It's like that to me. Like he can't. And the problem is it's not as innocent. It can be really malicious sometimes and very hurtful. But like what's weird is like I've always thought it was fascinating that like he has a bunch of people around him that coddled it. And I never quite understood that. Like instead of redirecting him. Like I understand if he has behavior issues or impulse issues, but like it was always kind of weird how they would circle the wagons and be like, this is fine. This is okay. And I just think that's bizarre. And then, when he like puts down, I'll use Sabella as an example. When he puts down Sabella in some of the most cruel ways I've seen.
Sterility.
Yeah. Some of the most nasty, cruel ways I've seen. I'm like, wow, like this is true malice. This isn't just like, I'm a wrestler and this is just big talk. This is actual malice. And that blows my mind. And like Sabella and I have our differences, but like she's a fucking human.
The way I look
I didn't mean to swear, I'm sorry. I'm a baddie.
Yeah, I get it. The way I look at it is I didn't begin to see this side of Gman until 2018 drag. So back when Shield Squad and Soldiers of God, that was my collective. When we were doing ministry to the Hebrew Israelites, there was a time there where Gman seemed to have fallen back from interacting with atheists, and we were doing apologetics to towards the Hebrew Israelites. He with Shield Squad and myself and my collective Soldiers of God, and so we were doing apologetics separately, but yet we were still. I guess you could say we worked. Members of my collective would work with members of his collective. His collective was headed up by Vocab Malone, and he and I were on good terms when the falling out happened between Shield Squad and himself. We were on good terms. There were no issues between us. And he decided to attack me because of his issues with them, which makes absolutely positively no sense. Why would you attack me of all people if I had nothing to do with your spat with this other collective? Now, he may argue and say, well, the whole reason there was an other collective was because a split took place between us. And yes, there was a split that took place between us, but we did not stop talking to each other altogether. And eventually I was able to reconcile with members of that collective, and things were good leading up to the event that took place between Shield Squad and himself. For whatever reason, he decided to toss me under the bus for something completely unrelated that had already been squashed between us almost half a year before. But he decides to bring that into the equation and attack me. That made absolutely no sense. Then he decides to go on a Hebrew Israelite radio show to essentially toss me and others under the bus. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if a person is going to proclaim to be practicing Matthew 18 and they believe that something should be rectified in private, as you'll see in many cases Veckel doing, why was Gman, if he felt that I offended him, even though I didn't do anything to this man. In 2018, we had no issues leading up to that problem that he had with Shield Squad. I wasn't even in his group. But if he had an issue, why didn't he practice Matthew 18 with me? Why didn't he go to me in private to have a conversation about it? Why did he decide to put me on blast? Quote unquote, put me on blast. Let me put it that way. I wish you could see the air quotes. I'm going to put that in quotation marks. Put me on blast over something that I had nothing to do with, which then led me to bring Dragnet on my channel when I did my Addressing G-Man part 2. In fact, I did a part 1 with Veckel. Veckel was with me in that discussion. Veckel publicly rebuked G-Man. He felt that he was wrong for that. And I give Veckel kudos for that. I know a lot of you have issues with Veckel, but in that regard, he was right. Now, could he have been more consistent? That's definitely debatable. I think he could have been more consistent. But at least for that moment, he was willing to rebuke G-Man publicly. So anyone who says that Veckel doesn't rebuke anyone publicly, they would be incorrect. Veckel did rebuke G-Man publicly on my channel in the first video that we did, essentially addressing G-Man. The second one, Drag, you were there. We talked about his behavior over the years, and that did nothing to change him. I mean, he continued slandering us. He made video after video, and until the point where everyone just ignored him. Other than you were the only person that just full steam ahead, right? You were having no white flags or peace talks with him, but we all decided we were going to fall back, right? Somehow I kept getting, I guess he kept trying to pull me back into the discussion somehow, some way. He would continually try to do that, and I wasn't going for it because I realized his behavior with us, right? Seeing his behavior with you and other people, I realized that it's twofolded. He golds you guys into a response. You give him the response that he's looking for, and then he decides to use that as a tactic to then begin attacking, not realizing that, well, number one, so everyone understands, I know you guys have had issues. You really began your campaign against G-Man precisely because of G-Man's behavior with us, right? The way that he was treating his fellow Christian brothers. And you did not like that. you and I had a conversation about that, Drag. You did not like the way that he treated us as Christians. And
that was the summer of Gman, yeah, because specifically it started with how he was treating Jade, right? She was a non-practicing lesbian Catholic, and from there I saw the interactions between him and you all in Shield Squad, and I was like, wow, this is a serious issue. I thought it was just relegated to people he considered non-Christians, and atheists and stuff, but no, this is a really big problem with him that, of course, Veckel's not going to say anything about, and other people who, just kiss his butt.
What ended up happening was behind the scenes, we all talked about the issues with Gman, both collectives, Shield Squad, Soldiers of God. We talked about it. And, it's crazy. That whole crazy incident actually helped us come together. We actually came together, and if there was any sort of ill will, we put that aside. We were able to collectively, in many instances, put aside our differences from things that had taken place in the past, precisely because of the Gman situation, because he decided to attack us. But what really did it for me, Drag, and Deidre, you know this, was when I went through my personal situation, and Deidre helped organize the GoFundMe, and Gman refused to send the money that people had, because people were wondering about the GoFundMe. All he had to do was promote the GoFundMe.
If you have any questions about that, I just want to clarify something. We made sure that Faithful for God was directly connected to the GoFundMe. So his funds and everything like that were directly, I didn't filter through anything. It went directly to him. It didn't even hit my pocket first.
Right.
And we also made the GoFundMe because GoFundMes have a little more visibility than PayPal does, and it's a little less mysterious. It just seemed like it was more. There's more transparency with that. So with the transparency of knowing that Faithful's directly attached to it, and it's been clearly explained, and we put me in the middle of it because the thought was that I could be a liaison between the Christian community and the secular community, both, sort of like the happy medium, right? Like it was designed to be accessible and as transparent as possible.
Right. I want this to be on record. Gman offered up his platform to me back in 2016 when we did our interactions with the Hebrew Israelites. And I will forever be indebted to him for that, because at the time I had a very small channel. I did not have many subscribers. I may have had 150, 200 subscribers at most. Now I have 5,000, which is not that much, in the grand scheme of things, but it's still, it's a little something. So I will always shout him out for offering up his platform when we would interact with Hebrew Israelites. But I cannot sit back and pretend as if he has not done things that have made me question his integrity or his, how can I say this? Because I want to be very careful with my words here. It has made me question his, I don't want to say that I don't believe he's a Christian. I believe that he is a person who probably should fall back from doing any sort of apologetics or ministry and focus on bettering himself. I think that he needs to better himself in how he interacts with people, especially if he's going to, if he wants to proselytize people into right belief. I think he should be a good representative of that viewpoint. You can't tell people that your belief is the belief while then exhibiting extremely poor behavior, because people are going to associate the belief with you. It's, if they know nothing about the belief, the first thing that's going to come to mind is your attitude. That's going to be their impression of the faith. And to me,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just going to add something with that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say very quickly, Gman that's why I call him a poor representative of the faith. His approach, his attitude, his inability to introspect, to correct mistakes. And when I say correct mistakes, it's not that he hasn't apologized to people, because he has apologized, but he apologizes in a very strange way. Drag, if you could just very quickly, and then we'll let Deidre chime in. Could you explain to people G-Man's form of apologizing to people? How he typically goes about apologizing? Or Deidre, if you want to.
I was in the flesh. That's what he says a lot of times. He starts with, I was in the flesh.
Yeah, I was in the flesh. Or, I'm sorry for what I did, but Faithful or so-and-so or this person, you need to apologize to me for what you said to me. So it's always like, I apologize, but you need to apologize. So it's like, well, I'll only apologize as long as I know you're apologizing, which is like, wait a minute, how does that work? If you offended someone, why do they need to apologize to you? Makes no sense. But you were going to say, Deidre, you were going to add on to what I said about poor behavior?
So like, I worked in church for like 15 years, and whether or not you consider me a Christian now or whatever, like, fine. Like, do I meet all the essentials according to Beckel? The answer is no. The answer is no. I'm probably a Christian deist at this point. But you and I have had this conversation, and you know that, I kind of wrestle with it. You know that I really want Christianity to be true, like I do have that leaning. But when I worked in church, I had the deepest sincerity. I really did. And one of the things that we would do, I was in charge of, at my church, I was in charge of outreach and youth ministry. And with outreach, what was interesting is you'd have these baby Christians, people that would really struggle, talk about living in the flesh, people that were like, I really want to believe, but I really struggle with a bunch of stuff. And you wouldn't put them as a role model or a preacher, but these people could still do service to God and still, because like people badly want to. Christians really sincerely, even if they have poor behavior, there's a lot of Christians that sincerely want to serve God in some way. And I do agree with people, like, the whole, better yourself and study and stuff like that. But preaching and being the leader is a lot more weight on responsibility, or even being a deacon in a church, stuff like that. You have a lot more accountability and responsibility that's weighing on you constantly. But you can serve God in other ways. Like, there is so much service that you can do, whether it's serving in like a soup kitchen, whether he has handyman skills, like he could do handyman skills for seniors that can't do it themselves now. Like, there's so much stuff that you can do. Like if you have the time, if you have the desire, to be a servant, that the Bible talks about so much, being a servant of all, that there is so much opportunity for that. And it can look so many different ways. You could help build a house for somebody. You can help do handiwork. You can help you could join a mission, and help build a well. Like, there's so much stuff you can do.
Absolutely. I can't help but be reminded of Matthew 7:21-23, where Christ himself declares, not all who say, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. For many will say, did we not cast out demons and do many wonderful works and prophecy in your name? And by the way, I'm paraphrasing all of this. But verily, verily, I will declare unto them, depart from me. I never knew you, you workers of iniquity. Those verses, and particularly Christ's words in verse 23, always resonated with me. Because if I claim to be an ambassador of the faith, I realize that, yes, I do believe salvation is by grace through faith, but that saving faith should be exhibiting good works, and the good works are how I treat my neighbor. So if I love my God above all things, I should be loving my neighbor as myself, including my enemies, according to Christ's own words in Luke 6. Christ declares that you must love even those who despitefully use you. Does G-Man ever exhibit that sort of behavior with disbelievers in his attitude, in his excuses for doing the sort of things that he does, returning railing for railing? If he's being insulted, shouldn't he be exhibiting the very thing that Christ himself, Jesus Christ himself, declares that he should be doing as a believer? Because that's what separates, according to the Bible, the sheeps from the goats, the wheat from the tare. And I feel that when he behaves the way that he does and refuses the correction, while he'll accept correction, particularly in specific instances, he will not, well, he doesn't go out of his way to rectify the problem. He simply apologizes for the misstep and continues making the misstep over and over and over again. And then if he's already accepted quote unquote correction the first time, you know, when I say quote unquote correction, I mean accepted the correction, quote unquote accepted the correction. It'll be the first and last time, because the next time that you go to correct him, he will refuse to accept the correction again, because he's already quote unquote accepted the correction while doing nothing to curb the behavior. That to me is very interesting. And I've never been able to understand why he does that.
I can't understand why he's got a penchant for, like, he did a poll recently and he said, who's the biggest fake Christian? And he had me on there. He had Sabella, Fiona Robertson, and Burnt Toast. And who's the biggest fake Christian out there? And I was like looking at it going, it's an interesting list there. They're all females, every single one. They're all people that particularly have kind of, you know, definitely shown their dislike for his behavior. And how they do that, you know, like, you can decide if you like or not like. I'm snarky. Burnt Toast makes funny videos which expose Shanny for Christ. However you want to, like, say if that's Christian or not Christian, that's fine. But what I'm noticing is that he is very comfortable with saying, like, this person's fake, this person's not real, this person's this and that. But if you turn the tables on him, which I did as an experiment once, because I'm very hesitant to say so-and-so's not a Christian or whatever, but I did an experiment and I said something like, you know, I don't believe in hell. It's a good thing that, you know, I think, you know, this about the theology of hell, because maybe G-Man would make it in there. And I said that just to see what he would do. Of course, this is the first time I've ever, like, actually worded it that way. Of course he screenshots it and then runs around with the screenshot. Look what I said. And I did it just to see what he would do, because it was interesting, because, like, he does that to everybody else. And I just wanted to know, like, do you feel anything about that? Like, when somebody says you're fake, you know, your strong-held beliefs aren't real, how does that make you feel? Does that make you angry? Does it make you doubt yourself? Does it make you feel hopeless? Like what, you know? And it just seems like if somebody is teetering on the edge of Christianity and falling away, it just seems interesting that it always seems like he wants to push him off the ledge into the lake of fire instead of dragging him up to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Not that he can.
When if we're going to be realistic here, from the Christian view, the way that he's behaving would put him in the category of those who profess the faith outwardly but don't exhibit it inwardly, because what comes out of the heart is, you know, what, you know, essentially proceeds from the mouth. And in the case of G-Man, I mean, if Christ says don't return railing for railing, right? Don't return evil for evil, G-Man does the complete opposite. And he'll make the excuse of, well, I got in my flesh. How often has G-Man gotten into his flesh over the years? it seems to be a reoccurring theme to the point where he, in essence, begins to, I guess, make excuses. But Drag, real quick. I know you want to bring some of the people back in, but I really wanted to have this discussion with you as well. So if you could, just very quickly.
Yeah.
So 2019, I think, is when I just officially had enough, right? Where
Right.
I was just like, I'm not even dealing with this guy anymore. And the reason why was partly because of the fundraiser stuff, but also the sort of things, the sort of antics that he was trying to pull. This guy tried to pull me to the side with Sister Cherry one day, and he asked me to make a video defending him against you, when clearly I was noticing his behavior towards you guys. Now, keep in mind, I had already witnessed the videos where Gman had told Sabella that she won't have a baby ever, and that he's glad, and all this other crazy stuff. The videos where he doxed Hannah Zubby, and I believe, who else was it? There was someone else, a few other people.
I can't remember who. Yeah, I do remember that. That's in the compilation called Gman Doxes.
And to me, that was it. That was when I decided
He wanted to show up at my house with a belt and beat me with a belt. That happened too.
Oh, and the hammer that he picked up a hammer and said, "Dragna, come to Jersey City," and then who does that? And then on top of that, he decides he's going to delete the video, not realizing that people are savvy. They're probably recording the whole entire live stream. That was just a disaster, man. And when he did that, and I mean, did he even offer an apology? I can't recall if he offered an apology for that.
I don't think he's ever apologized for anything.
He may have yelled and said he was leaving in the flesh. Didn't he yell about that?
Yeah, well, it's a G-Man apology. Yeah, so I was in the flesh, and I repented, and so, but like actually apologize to the people he doxed and said stuff about. No. But I do remember him saying that he had repented at some point. So I guess that's good enough.
You know what's crazy? I'll never forget that discussion. I believe it was in March or April of 2019, and I was talking with Sister Cherry, and he calls, and so Sister Cherry brings him into the conversation. I just wanted to see what he was going to say. This guy just arrogantly declares that I need to make a video defending him against you, and I pretty much told him nope. Because it wasn't going to happen, because for me personally, while I don't agree with everything that you do, Drag, I see what he's doing, and I feel that it would be hypocritical of me to defend him for something that I know he's doing wrong, simply because he's doing it against a person who doesn't believe in God. For me, it would be hypocritical because, one, I stand by my convictions, and I refuse to help a person who is doing everything in their power to tarnish their own reputation. He's really tarnishing his own reputation more than anyone else is really. And by the way, Dragnut had nothing to do with G-Man losing his job, just for the record. I know this for a fact, because Drag and I were in conversation, and Dragnut was not Gary Ridgway. Just let that be on record. This is coming from a Christian who has talked with Dragnut behind the scenes. Drag had nothing to do with the Gary Ridgway stuff. All right?
All right, thank you for that, because he still seems to be perpetuating that lie for some reason, even though there's evidence that clearly he did not. But this, this is one of the reasons, why, I spent I think out of all the Christians I've ever spoken to, this is why, I said, I'll sit down, let's talk about the Bible, and then, even when I was out with my son and, you and I were discussing the different, hermeneutics and stuff like that, because we were discussing, y'all's let's say methods against the Black Hebrew Israelites. It was a genuinely interesting conversation, and it's funny that that's probably the most Bible education I've ever had, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And so when I hear Gman talk about who isn't ministering to who and who, like, he has no idea what we talk about privately. It's almost every conversation. There's at least one or two Bible verses, at least, bare minimum. So, I'd be remiss again if I did not mention that to him. But he believes what he wants.
I used to have quite a few atheists that would talk to me in the dead of the night about how they miss Christianity, they miss faith, how they think that they might come back, all sorts of stuff. And I've had those conversations with them because that there was a safe place where I wasn't going to be like, aha, or put it on blast, right? Or jump on it and try to force a decision on people or something like that. It's weird how he makes an assumption like that people don't have these conversations, like these sincere conversations, of like, hey, this is what I'm thinking about. This is what I'm struggling about. This is what I think. This is how I overcame this doubt that I had about this form of scripture. Like these are conversations that like happen if you are deemed a safe person.
Yeah, I think that people should know that. I mean, there's other stuff behind the scenes that's occurred, between me and other former members of Shield Squad that we don't have to get into. But but I mean, you know what I'm referring to, Faithful.
Yes,
so,
I do.
Yeah, and it's interesting that because Vekel, people are telling me that he's over there concocting some type of story. I'm a snake now, and a Sith Lord. And those are my new titles. And I find it interesting that if there was something nefarious up my sleeve, I guess I'm playing the long game, and I'm not sure really what's to come. But maybe in the future, supervillain Dragnet will come out. So I do want to get other people in here because
absolutely. Real quick, one last thing though before we bring everyone else in here. The reason I'm doing this is because I wanted it to be on record, because I know Drag had been going over the recaps over the certain events that had taken place leading up to more recent times. Kind of giving people a history of the interactions with Gman leading up to the summer of Gman and then onward. And I wanted to kind of add in and kind of nuance certain things. Maybe if you haven't already done this on your channel, I just wanted to offer my thoughts. And I will say this: if in the future any of you were to see me, actually, you know what? If Gman were to apologize to me, I would accept the apology. It doesn't mean I'm going to want to work with him ever again, because I really don't feel that he needs to be doing ministry right now. I really don't. I really don't believe Gman needs to be doing ministry at the moment. He's not in a position to be doing ministry. He needs to work on himself overall, just on his personal life and also his spiritual walk as a Christian. He's lacking in those areas, and I don't think he needs to be worrying about other people right now. He needs to be worrying about himself. Drag, when you call him out for his shenanigans, because I do believe he is doing a lot of shenanigans, sometimes that's necessary. And from my perspective, and if anyone wants to know what the biblical basis for me saying that is, it's no different than when God brought Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar in the Old Testament against the people of Israel or Assyria. Two disbelievers, he used them as instruments of judgment against the people of Israel for their wickedness. And I look at Drag in a similar vein. I look at Drag as being an instrument, whether he's the Nebuchadnezzar of Gman in a sense. He's the I hate to use that example, Drag. I'm not trying to But I look at it as, you know, Drag, even though you don't believe in God, I'm sure if you did, you would probably agree that you're probably being used in some capacity to bring rebuke to G-Man, whether he'll admit it or not. That you are in some fashion being used to put the mirror on him, to show him, look, before you point the finger at anyone else, take a good look at yourself. This needs to be improved.
Well, you know what? That's an interesting perspective, and I'm probably going to have to look into that.
Yeah. That's my personal view on it. And I guess with that, man, that's all I got to say. And by the way, yes, G-Man did the money that he collected in his PayPal. He did send that to me, but the reasoning behind it was illogical. There's more I could go into. Trust me, there are things that I'm leaving out that Drag knows. Drag knows that I am leaving a lot of things out. But those are some of the things that I wanted to talk about publicly. And I personally feel that G-Man needs to just fall back. I mean, that's the only way I can say it. He really just needs to fall back and work on himself.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
I've had a hard time with this Matthew 18 thing, the way that they have used it over the years with G Plus and stuff like that. And what I've noticed is that particular verse gets abused. It gets abused in Jehovah's Witnesses, for instance, where they go like, oh, you have to go to the elder and you're going to avoid going to the authorities. Like if you were sexually abused, like they did that to children in the Jehovah's Witness thing. I've seen people abuse it with like how they shift around priests in the Catholic Church. I've seen people abuse it on the internet, like where like say Shanny for Christ does porn publicly with the moniker Shanny for Christ in the name. And yet G-Man circles the wagons for her, but then goes on a tirade, launch, a crusade for 3 months against Jade, who is a lesbian who does not have sex. He goes on that rage for 3 months, but won't confront Shanny. Does well, and it's not fair to just say Shanny. Rev News, who does porn, and Shanny for Christ.
All of this is wrong.
DJ, real quick, Deidre, since some of us may have not have read that verse in a while, can you kind of just tell us what Matthew 18 is?
Can I give them the abridged version? So basically, Matthew 18 is Jesus Christ giving his disciples the protocol on how they should deal with a person who has sinned against them. The caveat being them personally. So if a brother has an issue with another brother, and for example, this one brother has sinned against another brother. He has done something to offend him, then they should try to hash it out between each other. If it doesn't work between each other, then they should bring a second person in to kind of serve as a witness to make sure that this other person is unwilling to cooperate in fixing whatever the issue is. If the two people are unable to persuade this other person in apologizing for their mistake, then they bring them before the congregation. And if they refuse to listen to the congregation, then essentially they have to, I guess you could say, shun the person, treat them as a publican or a heathen because they refuse to correct their mistake. They are unwilling to waver in their error. Unfortunately, a lot of my brothers and sisters mistake that passage as being an end-all be-all for every single instance. Rather, it is supposed to be an issue between individuals. So one person does something to someone else. Now, if a person is exhibiting poor behavior as a Christian, we have the example of the Apostle Paul in the Epistle to the Galatians, chapter 2, where he himself rebukes Peter publicly. Now, what would be the biblical basis for that would be Proverbs 27:5. Open rebuke is better than secret love. Meaning, if you see someone doing something wrong, you should publicly rebuke them if given the case that it wasn't something done against you personally, rather something done in, a manner that was representing the faith poorly. And unfortunately, Deidre, you are correct that there are certain groups, certain even denominations that misuse that passage and use it to cover up the errors of others. And I think that needs to be rectified. Absolutely 100%. And I am not in favor of people misusing that passage to justify sin or anything like that.
Would you be willing to condemn Shani for Christ doing porn, especially with the moniker Shani for Christ in it?
Yes.
And then Rev News as well.
Absolutely. I think Shani for Christ is absolutely in error and she needs to repent. She's not, in fact, I have a difficult time seeing her as a Christian based on her behavior. Now, again, I am of the belief that a person can turn from their wicked ways. And to me, if you're going to represent Christ and do the very thing that you can't tell disbelievers that they're in wickedness, that they're in sin, while you yourself are in sin doing the sort of things that the Bible, it's funny, Galatians 5, 16 through 26 mentions the works of the flesh. And ironically enough, the very first thing mentioned in that list is sexual immorality. Ironically enough.
So real quick, so the whole entire thing with Shani, since it isn't technically doing like her doing wrong against you, would your thing be more of like Paul rebuking Peter? Okay.
Yes.
I want to make that clear. I was trying to
I hope my
picture
answer wasn't long-winded. I feel like I was being a little long-winded there, but I certainly would practice Proverbs 27:5 with Shani and Revelation News for that. I think that's.
I don't think that it was. I don't think I would classify it as long-winded, but I would say that it was very thorough.
Yes, I would say Burnt Toast, for example, who is also a Christian, has been doing a good job at highlighting this hypocrisy because I feel that someone needs to point it out. And I feel that, and I'm not saying that to say that Shani didn't help me in the past, because I know that's going to get tossed in my face, because she absolutely did. She did help me.
So Faithful, real quick, there's someone in the background who's dying and crying to get in here. So
okay,
I'll make room. I'll make room.
I mean, before I let him in, are you cool with him coming in?
Yeah. Who is it?
Oh, you know who it is. It's Gary.
I'll let him in. I'll move him.
So just so he knows.
Absolutely.
Since
is it really him or somebody pretending?
No, it's him. No, he's
one thing though. Drag one request that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Every time, if things, well, I'll tell you over here in private. I'm not gonna say it. You'll see what I'm typing. Don't do anything yet. Let me just type it up.
Gotcha.
Let me just type it up.
Can I say one thing first?
Go ahead.
I did bring up the Shani issue to Gman to write to him during the pretrial thing he had, and he said that everybody else was talking about it, so he didn't need to, and that is a massive cop out.
Well, can I say something here from a sociological point of view? Is as he's doing this behavior, how can anybody condone that behavior within the Christian community by allowing other people to fall into sin by watching her and lusting after her, if that would ever happen? But I'm just saying, you're putting people in jeopardy.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, because you're putting people at risk for sinning.
Okay, so let's be civil. Let's let people talk and not just interrupt people with annoying sounds and onomatopoeias.
Absolutely.
So
what's going on, G-Man?
Say, G-Man.
Hey, Faithful, how long you been in here? I'm just curious.
I've been in here for quite a while.
How many times did you preach the gospel since you've been in here?
I've actually told Dragnut the gospel several times in private. So if you wanted to know, you could ask him. He could definitely tell you. It's been several times.
I'm talking about everybody in the room and everybody that's watching.
Well, I would like to say that he did kind of preach the gospel to pretty much all of us.
I let everyone know that I don't agree with their atheism.
He's talking about biblical things the entire time.
Yes,
he's here.
But I actually let everyone in the room know that I don't agree with their worldview, that I thoroughly disagree with Dragnut's disbelief in God, and I also let it be known why I feel that you should probably take some time off and stop doing ministry, because I think that you're doing a very poor job at representing the faith.
Okay, so I guess my last question for you, Faithful to God, is What are you doing in here talking about me when you're supposed to be practicing Matthew 18?
Well, here's the problem with Matthew 18. We have gone over Matthew 18. You have refused to listen. So therefore, I am now going to Proverbs 27:5, which says, open rebuke is better than secret love. Do you remember when the Apostle Paul rebuked Peter in Galatians chapter 2? You know that, right? I think you know that I know the Bible much better than you do, since I've actually read the Bible front to back many times, G-Man. And I don't think you're going to pull this card on me. And if you want an example of when do you think it's okay for a believer to go to a disbeliever or any case like that, you know, it's ironic that God himself used Nebuchadnezzar to bring judgment against the people of Israel in the Old Testament every time Israel sinned. You know, he also brought Assyria against Israel. He used the other nations to bring judgment against them continually. It's funny that you should mention anything that you have to say about this gentleman here when you don't realize that God himself is using this gentleman here in his disbelief, the same way that he used Balaam, who was a disbeliever, to bring judgment against others. And isn't that funny? Because Balaam was not a believer, yet the Lord used Balaam to bring judgment. So, G-Man, you don't think Dragnut is being used by God to bring judgment against you for your aberrant behavior, your inability to follow protocol? You know, the Bible says not to return railing for railing, right? Romans 12 says to leave vengeance in the hands of the Lord, yet you haven't done that. There have been instances where you have allowed yourself to be beguiled by the enemy to do the very thing to the disbeliever that you accuse them of doing to you.
I want to know when you're done so I can respond to that.
Go ahead.
Okay, great.
See, he doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to anyone.
No, let him talk. Let him talk. Don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
So what you're saying is you know the Bible better than me. That's the first thing that I got. The second thing that I got is that Matthew 18 doesn't apply to me no more. You can go to the book of Proverbs and deal with me. So that means if I corrected you in private, that means I can talk to you about these things in public as well, right?
What are you gonna go ahead? Bring it out. If whatever you want to talk about. Go ahead, bring it out.
I just want a yes or a no. That's
bring it out. Yes, bring it out if you like to.
No, I'm not going to do nothing in here because I know where I'm at. I'm going to do it in my time.
Out. Okay? Oh no, here's the thing.
Cold out tomorrow. Don't worry.
Let's do this.
I Shield Squad and SOG.
We actually talked about Shield Squad and SOG in this discussion. G-Man, why did you go on the ISUPK radio to slander me? And you never apologized for that.
Slander you?
Yes,
Faithful, didn't you ask me to take down some videos, Faithful?
Yes, I did. And did you take them down? Did you take down the videos? I took down the video. Wait. Did you take down the videos? Did you take the videos down?
Did you take down those videos, Faithful? Yes or no? I
did. I took down my videos. Did you take down your videos? In fact, let the audience know who took the videos down first. I took the videos that I made on you down first. And what was the caveat? That if I took down the videos first, since I have the text message that we had where I told you we would take down the videos, including Vocab Malone, because he offered to take down the videos he had made against you. We all took our videos down. Why have you yet to take down the videos that you made against us?
Wait a minute. So
no. Why have you refused?
I'm trying to answer your question.
I want you to answer directly. Don't deviate. Okay, go ahead.
Sure, I know the Bible better than me. Okay,
go ahead.
So how about this, people? Did G Consciousness and Vocab Malone take down the videos they made about me, or
Repeat that part again? You broke up. Repeat that part again.
Did G Consciousness and Vocab Malone take down any audio videos on Blog Talk Radio or YouTube already? Have they done it? Yes or no? Please say no.
I do not know if they took down the videos. No. Pay attention. Pay attention to what we're saying. To what I'm saying, I should say. So Vocab offered to take the videos off of his YouTube. You remember he did videos on his channel, correct? Do you remember that I did video? No, pay attention. Pay attention. Do you remember I did videos on my channel, correct? You didn't do any videos on Blog Talk Radio. You made all your videos public on your YouTube channel. Do you remember I made 2 videos on you addressing G-Man Part 1 and 2? I took both of those videos down. You can go to my channel and you will see that they're not on there right now. Go to the Faithful to God YouTube channel. You'll see that they're not there. The videos that Vocab put on his YouTube channel, G-Man, YouTube, that he made against you, they're no longer there. I don't know about G. Now, I don't know. No. I'm in the middle of a thought. You let me finish.
Of course you are. Go ahead.
G-Con, I cannot speak for. But this is irrelevant because you asked me that, you know, when I asked you, would you take the videos down? You said I needed to take my videos down first, right? Did I take the videos down? Yes, I did. Did you remove the videos that you made against me at the very least? No, you didn't, because they're still there on your channel.
Can I answer my own question? I mean, can I answer the question that you just asked me?
Go ahead.
You can't answer for me. Number one, I did. Do you know what happened since then? No, you don't, because you wasn't on YouTube. But keep talking, because this is all going to bite you in the behind tomorrow. Go ahead.
You took the videos down. You're saying yes, you took the videos down.
Yes,
Dragna, can you pull up the videos that he has on his channel on me that are still on his channel?
He did not take them down because I used one of them in one of my reviews. He did not take them down.
Pull the video up, please. Do me that favor. Pull that video up so he can see it for himself.
I think you better call Sister Cherry before you do any of that, because you're gonna look like an idiot tomorrow, Faithful. I promise you.
Look at your screen.
You know what? I can talk about
wait. Make it big so he can see it, because I don't want him to use the excuse that he can't see it.
No, I can see everything that's on there. I asked you a question that you conveniently avoided, though.
So you did not take. Did you take? Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull it up right now on my end. Hold on 1 second.
You can do it. More power to you.
Something right now.
Psalm chapter 1, do not sit in the seat of scorners nor sit in the seat of sinners, but you know that Bible better than me, don't you?
So why is it that you sit in the seat with Von Helton, who is a sinner? No, answer the question. Why do you sit in the seat with Von Helton, who is a pagan, who rejects Jesus Christ as Savior?
Why are you in the room with
why do you have discussions all the time?
You're in the room with the atheists.
Do you forget that you have had fellowship? You have had fellowship with Brett Keane, who does not embrace the Bible in the way that you do. You have had fellowship. Listen to me. You have had fellowship with Lee Lemon, who does not believe in the God of the Bible. You have had friendships where you have had atheists in the room defending you. So who's being hypocritical here? Gman?
You.
There goes one video. Here goes one video. What happened to this video? How come this isn't off of your channel?
Well, again, I'm trying to explain, but I'm on Drag's channel, so I'm not going to be able to talk. So I'll make sure I wait.
It's okay for you to do live. You've done live discussions. Hold on a second. You've done live discussions. You have done live discussions.
Can I explain why it's there? Are you going to let me explain why it's there?
Go right ahead. Explain.
Okay. Do you know what happened between the time that me and you had that conversation to today? All I want is a yes or a no.
I'm going to answer it this way. Hold on 1 second. Can you pull the video back up again?
Drag?
I'm going to answer your question. Hold on. Drag, I want you to zoom in on the date of that video.
That doesn't mean anything.
No. Make it big. Make it big.
Nobody talk, Faithful, as usual.
What does that date say, Drag? Can you read it for everyone?
That date is June 22nd, 2018.
G-Man, when was
am I going to be allowed to speak? Yes or no?
G-Man, when was our conversation about taking video?
Can I please speak?
I'm asking you a direct question.
You're not gonna let
when
me
was our conversation where I asked you to take
Don't
the videos
much like
down?
it, do you, G-Man?
Can I please?
When did that conversation take place, sir? Can you answer that question?
Red line rule is in effect right now.
When
don't like me
did that conversation take place?
I'm not going to answer it because you won't let me.
When
but that's how you
did that conversation take place?
This is how
was that before that date or was it after June?
You want me to answer the question, yes or no? You hypocrite.
Answer the question. And you're the hypocrite
here. You want me to answer the question, yes or no?
Answer the question, hypocrite. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to, but Drake keeps muting me, acting like I'm not trying to answer the question. See, what you don't understand is this.
Answer the question.
From the time that video was up there, I have to explain some things. I gotta really say this. I really gotta say this. You know, and Becco, I hope you're watching this, bro, because you know I'm telling the truth when I say this. From the time that video was made up until now, you got to understand something. I left YouTube for a couple of days and I took down my entire channel. When I did that, I forget what the technical term for it was, but when I did it and I put everything back up, a lot of videos went back on YouTube. Those videos was put on private. YouTube made them public again, and I had a hard time finding those videos and making them private again. Okay, a lot of those videos cannot be found on YouTube, either by deletion or because I put them in private. If they're public right now, it's only because when I hit my channel, I couldn't find those videos to put them on private again. Okay, you can choose not to believe me if you want, but I want to remind you of something, sir. Exodus 20, I forget the actual verse, but Exodus 20 says you're not supposed to bear false witness on your neighbor.
I'm not bearing false witness because I want to mute him for a moment because I got something to bring out. Because now he's gonna find out. He's gonna find out who's the liar, and it's him. Mute him. Check this out, Dragnet. I sent this man a text message with the various links. I took the time to find all the videos on his channel in 2019, and this gentleman did not private those videos. He gave me the excuse that he was busy and that he would get around to it eventually. Never got around to it. Still to this day. Yet I took the videos down on my channel the very moment that he asked for the videos to be taken down.
Faithful, can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Real quick. Whenever you took the videos down, did you actually like delete them, or did you privatize them?
I deleted them.
Okay. So just with that information alone, it seems like that the very least, whenever G-Man here privatized these videos, that to return in kind, he should have deleted them, not privatized them. And again, this is just speculation. I have no way to know what's going on. It almost seems as if he had them privatized for a specific reason, and it could be for bringing it up at a later date, or in case you had done him wrong later on in y'all's friendship or whatever, that he could then bring that back up. And again, speculation, but that's just what it seems like to me.
Yes, I find that very odd that we, or at the very least let me not speak for anyone else, I deleted the videos on my channel, and yet he did not even bother to delete the videos on his channel. Why would you private them?
Faithful, can I get a chance to speak? Faithful, if you don't let me speak today,
sir.
dude,
Sir, you're speaking.
I'm not going to refer to you
Hurry
as
up
faithful.
and speak.
I'm going to refer to you.
Hurry up and speak. You don't need to explain yourself. Go ahead and say what you're going to say. You don't need to explain yourself. Go ahead and speak.
The bottom line is, sir, is that I took my channel down. I put it in. I put everything in private, and I put everything back up. Okay, and I can give you the dates when that happened. Now you can sit there and allow these fools, and believe you me, I'm not the only person laughing at you. You can allow these fools to make you look stupid if you want, but again, I'm gonna allow you to blah 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 make all your accusations. But tomorrow, Michael, I'm gonna have you for dinner.
Gary Moore, right? You don't like people saying your name, right? Gary Moore.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm putting.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
You know what? Right there. You know what? Hold on a second. You know what? Let me correct myself. That's wrong of me. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said his name like that. That was me returning railing for railing. That was wrong of me. I apologize to G-Man for that. I should have just let him say my name. That was wrong. I apologize to you, G-Man, for saying your name, regardless of what you thought was whatever. I apologize to you, G-Man, for saying your name.
I'm gonna destroy Faithful.
Look, you're gonna destroy Faithful because what? Because I'm calling you out for something that you're doing that's wrong? G-Man, I'm not gonna use your government name. Don't put his government name up there, please. Yeah. This is how G-Man. No, I can't see that. David, can you put that on the screen again? I'll read it out. This is how G-Man treats everyone else. David wrote that on the paper. Bring him back in here. Just he's gonna make his video tomorrow.
He got mad.
Whatever. I could care less, man.
Like, oh wow, yeah, he left. Oh wow. He says you're dead tomorrow.
There's threats in the chat.
You know that. Tonight you're dead, cowards.
Yeah.
Well,
whatever.
I guess
G-Man's threatening a bunch of veterans. Woo.
If I can,
here's the thing.
G-Man, I'm shaking in my boots.
I can honestly care less at this point what G-Man has to say, because I'm going to say this right now. I shout out to Vocab Malone. Look, shout out to Veckel. Those are my brothers. I work with them. I consider them. Look, you guys can have your feelings about Veckel. I consider Veckel to be a much better apologist than G-Man, and I respect Veckel. I do not have a great deal of respect for G-Man's apologetics because of this sort of behavior. This is the behavior that I'm talking about. I'm not saying this about him as a person. I think most of you will know that his behavior as a person is very off-putting, But I'm telling you, if this is the sort of approach that he's going to take with people that he disagrees with, then what's the point? I mean, you're not going to convince anyone with that sort of an approach. And he thinks that he's always in the right and everyone's in the wrong. And again, Drag, you and I don't agree, and yet you and I know how to agree to disagree amicably, right?
All right.
He does not.
No, I
Well,
mean,
here's something I noticed, guys. One of the things I've learned over the years in the field of work that I do, I learned to study people's voices.
Uh-oh. Did he freeze?
Yeah, I wanted to hear what he had to say. It sounded interesting.
Yeah.
He froze up.
He's a psychiatric nurse. He works in geriatrics.
Wait, you got to start over again. You were breaking up. Whatever you were saying, you had to start from the beginning.
The last thing we heard was with you working with and listening to voices.
David, do you know what your brother was going to say?
I think he was going to say with his experience of dealing with the psychiatric residents that he has to like be patient and listen to how people's voices are, their body languages, because he was trained to pick up on certain cues, and he was probably going to say something about how G-Man's reacting right now.
Well, I guess this is as good time as any for me to say my piece, right? Which is that I don't see how people see G-Man. I don't know how you get fooled by it, but for me, from what I've seen, I've only been able to see from the outside in, right? Like I've never been in the inner circle of this or anything like that, right? So for me, looking from the outside, him as well as Shani for Christ, right? They're people that I don't see any true belief in him, any real faith in him or anything like that. Not what I saw from Faithful tonight, where he tried to extol some of the virtues that he learned in his book. He learned from his God or whatever, I'm not a believer myself, but that's just what I saw tonight. He tried to extol some of those virtues. But I don't see that. What I see,
I can elaborate a little bit on that. How they got me, both Shani and G-Man, how they got me to be more sympathetic for them is they convinced me that their behaviors was because of how they were mistreated.
Right. And what I was going to say though is is that I've seen people like that before. And what it is to me is that they see two things in it. One, it's a shield for them and their behaviors, the way that they act, and especially what's for me a bigger tell is the way that people react to certain situations, right? It's not how they act, because you can control the way you act to a certain extent. It's hard to control the way you react.
Right. So real quick, I'm sorry, Puff. I thought you were. Go ahead and finish, man.
But my thing is that I see that they just use that as a shield, right? I'm a believer in God. I can always fall back behind that, right? That's their shield. But realistically, they see that there's a grift in it. There's a grift. They can to a certain extent get a free ride, and that's the biggest draw for them, right? Gary said something about it way back when he was a kid. He used to take money out of people's stuff in church, right? So it's just for him, it's a grift, and it's also a shield. He can always fall back and say, you know what, I was wrong. Give me a break. I
messed up.
Yeah, I'm asking for forgiveness, right? I've prayed for my sins, right? And so that's why I think that going back to that dream he had, right? That's him trying to his brain physically trying to fight his desires, right?
Yeah, I don't. So you know what? I joke and do psychoanalyze and thing like that. I wouldn't take that too far, right? None of us really know who he is. But real quick, I want to address a few things, and I'm going to read this verbatim. For the record, a member of Anonymous has been watching the entire stream going on and has G-Man's threat on record. Whatever he does tomorrow will dictate how his future will go.
Oh shit!
Quote I'm reading.
Well, I don't think G-Man ever makes good on any threats.
So
wait. This is somebody who we know or something?
No, nobody that none of you know. Shani may know who they are, but yeah,
Shani
nobody
may
that
have drawn this person into the community.
Yeah, so Shani attracted some interesting people, and they've been keeping an eye based on G-Man's threats. So
were they watching this stream or
they were watching the entire thing. They've been watching the entire time.
And for the record, I want to apologize for saying his full name. That was wrong of me, regardless of how you guys feel about it. I feel that was just incorrect. So I don't know if he heard my apology, but I certainly apologize to Gman, despite the fact that Gman was trying to say my government name in here, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, no,
but he doesn't dox anybody, does he?
No,
he doesn't care if he does it.
Well, Faithful, the thing is also I would like to say that, you know, in some instances, I know, there's a verse about saying, not returning railing for railing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there's also verses in there that, it's like eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes if somebody wants to wrong you that badly, I think that it is completely okay for you to return in kind, because I mean, heck, whenever Jesus went into the tabernacle and saw that people were exchanging money, within the house of God, he sat there and flipped tables and whipped people. I mean, so I think that as far as it goes for when someone wrongs you enough to where they know they want to wrong you this badly, that returning with kind should be, acceptable.
Well, I'll say this. The verses that you're referring to that talk about eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth need to be understood in light of Romans chapter 12, where Paul says, vengeance belongs to the Lord, he shall repay. So the one who returns an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth in the ultimate sense would be God in this case. So in
Jesus, yeah.
In the case of G-Man, I would look at G-Man's behavior and I would simply say, you reap what you sow. And, if you can look at someone like Dragnut and what he does, I look at that as being what G-Man has reaped. And I feel that he has sown that sort of discord, and so he's receiving discord in return. And for me personally, as a Christian, I look at that as a example of judgment or justice being done to him for the very things that he is doing to others. So what goes around comes around, and I hope that he would repent personally. And I feel that anyone can repent, but that's
Faithful, I got a
up to
question.
G-Man.
I have a question. Do you pray for G-Man?
Yes.
Okay. Has he let you know that he prays for you?
I don't know if he's prayed for me.
Okay.
I wouldn't know if he does, but I do know that he has helped me in the past. I will never take away from G-Man what he has done for me, because when someone helps me, then I acknowledge that help has been given. And so, for example, Drag has helped me. You have helped me, Deidre. I know several people in this community have helped me, and also in my community, in the Christian community, have certainly helped me. But helping me doesn't take away from the sort of things that he has done, and the inability to introspect, the inability to correct mistakes, the inability to move forward amicably and not harp on the future, harp on the past. So apparently he's making a live stream right now. So he's doing a live stream, and yeah, he's doing the live stream right now. Drag, do you mind playing the live stream in here so we can actually listen to it together? I know you've done this in the past, but can you run the live stream in here by any chance? And after this, I'm definitely probably going to be heading on out, guys, because it's late on my end.
What did it for me was the other day when he threatened the geek room. That's what sealed it for me right then. G-Man says because he kicked me out. No, it's because I got tired of the way he speaks. And when he made that threat to the geek room, even though I personally don't like him that much, that's wrong, man. You don't do that.
Yeah, but his buddies aren't going to say anything to him. Real quick, the folks who were mentioned anonymous earlier, Faithful, I have a message for you. Faithful, I personally heard you tonight. You are a good man with good convictions. What G-Man did shows more who he is. Stay strong, brother.
Okay.
So your words have some interesting folks. So, but then again, actions speak louder than words. So.
Yeah, and the thing is I would have to agree with their sentiment, because you are way better of a person than G-Man has been shown to be.
Right. Well, I don't know. I personally.
I'm sorry about that. Faithful to God.
I had a question for Faithful.
On Dragnut's channel, lying about me on that channel.
Lying.
Wait, what does he say? Someone, I know someone spoke. Just one moment. I just want to hear what he has to say first.
Right now. Again. He's on there talking about how I'm being a hypocrite, how I need to take a break. He claims I never took down those videos, and I did.
He didn't take it. Drag literally stole one of the videos in this stream. What is he talking about? He literally, Drag, do me a favor. Go to his channel. Go to his channel right now. Please.
He's over there right
It wasn't me.
Just open a new window. Open a new window. No. Have the audio playing in the background. No. Have the audio playing in the background, but open a new window and just go to his the Gman channel.
Who's he tattling to? Is that Lita for Christ?
Okay.
Or
Do you see that little search? A little search.
Right?
Type my name. Type Faithful.
His YouTube channel, dogging a Christian on an atheist YouTube channel that is known to create divide and conquer.
Now, could you scroll down? Just
you understand what I'm saying? This is the second time he's been on this, Sister Cherry. So you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm about to.
It's Sister Cherry. You better watch out. Sister Cherry's gonna be up in here.
I don't know about her. Man. She's.
It looks like Anonymous is going to be going after Gman.
Long enough.
Dear Anonymous, did you know LGBT?
I'm going to
you know, put Faithful Exposed.
I'm live right now. People can hear you.
Faithful Exposed.
So I'm actually going to.
I'll see if I pull it up.
You see what he's doing. Trust me. He'll be the topic tomorrow. Trust me. I'm gonna call you later. I'm gonna let you sleep. Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Well, he woke that poor woman up for this.
Yeah, she'll turn on him soon too. He'll use her.
I think he took Faithful Exposed down, but he didn't take the video down.
Type Faithful to God. Type it all like Faithful to God, like Faithful to God. Don't put Exposed. Just type Faithful to God, like all one word.
Why? Because I told Dragnet to get a job.
Do you think he took it down?
All right, job.
Right now, scroll down.
He's yelling.
No, he's over there lying. All I've been doing.
Now look at this right here. Calling out Faithful to God the G-Con.
Player.
Faithful to God the big challenge.
Content on his channel.
So he hasn't taken the videos down. What is he talking about?
All this guy does.
What is he talking about?
Oh no.
He's got the videos on his channel still.
He's still harping on that.
Look, Shield Squad, G-Man is kicked out at the bottom.
By the way,
yeah. You kidding me?
In my live chat.
I took all down and they're still there.
Block every last.
Oh.
Insane, man. It is insane.
He is a child. He is a 30-year-old child.
I mean, that's good.
I
mean, we know they're there. We know they're there. Drag. At this point, this is confirmed. Yeah, you can just X out of there. It's whatever, you know.
Well, I know I shouldn't find it as funny as I do, but I think it's hilarious.
Audio. I'm sorry. Keep playing the audio because I want to hear what else he has to say. He's gonna make a live stream for the live stream tomorrow.
I know I shouldn't find it as funny. I know I shouldn't find it as funny as I do, but I think it's hilarious that Anonymous is going to go after him.
And that's all Shanny's fault.
Yeah, everything's everyone else's fault. He doesn't have any blame for anything.
I'd like to address something here to the individual that's claiming to be from Anonymous. If you go after G-Man, that's fine, but please don't break the toy.
The toy?
Because if you slaughter the sacred cow, we don't get any more Lulz milk. So have fun with it, but don't break it.
Well, the thing is I don't think that he would attack Shanny, though. I think what it's going to be is that if Anonymous goes after him and sits there and messes with him, that somehow this is going to be Dragnuts and his Dragoons' fault.
Well, let me just be forthright and on record about this. I wish that whoever that person is would not go after G-Man, regardless of what he has to say about me. I can be the bigger man in this situation. I could care less what he's going to say because he's never going to properly represent how things are. He continually does this. This is something that we have dealt with behind the scenes for years. And as a Christian, I will simply pray for him. I hope that he would improve in his behavior. I would hope that he would begin to exhibit the attributes of a Christian instead of simply claiming them while never actually demonstrating them. I mean, it feels like he's he likes to talk a good talk, but he doesn't walk the walk.
Yeah, no, like there's always the Christian standard that he's talking about that people should hold, but then there's
Can you do me a favor? Can you bring Sister Cherry in here? And I don't want anyone to disrespect Sister Cherry. That is my sister, but can you please bring her in here? Can you allow her to come in here right now?
How about this? So everybody
I've never
else,
met her before.
so I'm gonna kick out everybody else and just Faithful and yeah, nope. I'm
No, just for a moment. We're not
Can
gonna
I
be
stay?
long.
Can I stay, please?
Can you just have as long as people treat Sister Cherry with respect, I don't mind.
All right, so
I would always treat her with respect.
So
I know you guys. I know you guys have a particular, idea of who you think Sister Cherry is, but I can tell you she is a sweet sister. I can say that I've had conversations with her behind the scenes.
Okay, you know what?
I know she's done. I know she's had certain behavior, out in public that you guys have disagreed with, but she is a sweet sister deep down inside. I've had many conversations. I can attest to that. Can you bring her in here?
Yeah. So she just the link is in the description. She can just click that, and then I'll bring her in. I'm going to hide myself.
And let me just say this to Veckel. Veckel, I plan on being very forthright with Sister Cherry. I don't plan on having anyone in here disrespect her. I know Veckel doesn't want us to have discussions here because he thinks that it's in front of atheists or whatever the case may be. But to be honest, we can have these discussions anywhere. It doesn't mean that because it took place on Drag's channel, it invalidates what's being said. I think it's silly for him to say this, but then have Von Helton on his channel and have no issue with Von Helton being in his rooms while he's proclaiming the gospel to atheists.
Right.
Yet, for whatever reason, there's an issue because it's on your channel. So somehow the gospel or correction or anything else is diminished. That makes no sense. That is not logical.
I have a question about that.
Well, real quick, because all I see, just from my perspective, there are people who are professing to be Christian to enable this man child. That's it, right? And so they'll kind of construct whatever they want to, whatever standard they need to enable G-Man's ego. Like, I don't see that these are people who are trying to live out and emulate Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So, like when I see people and their behavior versus what they say, I pay attention to that, and that's why I go out of my way with Faithful because he has integrity. So, on that note, I'm a broadcaster. I'm going to hide myself. Please be respectful. Faithful.
Please respect my Sister Cherry. Please. I mean,
What? Why? It's 2:00 in the morning. What are y'all doing? Like, really? I'm getting woke up at 2:00 in the morning because y'all going at it. Y'all are supposed to be, and I wish anybody in this room say something to me, I will run straight through you. I promise you. If you're not no Christian, don't say nothing to me. I promise you. Listen, why, Faithful? Why am I up at 2:00 in the morning getting calls, getting texts about you and G-Man going at it? Really? What happened to Matthew 18? Huh?
Well, here's the thing.
Explain this to me.
Yeah,
Explain this. I want any.
Yes, I'm going to explain it to you, but you gotta hear me though.
Say something
sis,
to
you gotta
me,
hear me.
and I promise
Matthew
you,
18
you're
abuse.
gonna have
Wait,
a
y'all.
problem.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm not talking to you. If your name ain't Faithful, shut up.
Wow.
Faithful.
No. It's
Faithful.
Wait, drag.
Faithful.
Just everyone else.
Beloved.
Just for now. Just if you could unbroadcast everyone else just for a moment.
Yeah, get out the room. If you ain't no Christian,
No,
Deidre,
don't do that. Don't do that, Deidre.
I am not the one. I am not the one. I'm not gonna play with you. Shut up, Faithful. What's going on? Talk to me.
I'm talking to you now. This is the thing. Now everyone else has been unbroadcasted. Hear me out. I came in here because I noticed that Veckel was in here initially, and he was talking about. I guess they were talking about Von Helton, and Von Helton is a pagan, and I had issues with Veckel having a pagan on his channel and having a different standard when it comes to him versus others. And that progressed into me talking about the G-Man incident because I feel like G-Man's behavior has not been becoming of a Christian for a long time. Now, sis, you and I have had conversations in private. I'm not going to tell everybody every bit in detail, but we have had discussions where I've told you how I felt about G-Man going back to last year. I do not agree with G-Man. I don't agree with him. I've been very very forthright in me saying I do not rock with Gman. I do not want to work with Gman because of his behavior. I'm not saying that Dragnut is in the 100% right, because Drag and I have had conversations where I've told him he's gone too far. I will say this though. When it comes to Gman, his behavior makes us look bad. Sister Cherry, you and I, and this is public record because we've talked about this out in public. In 2016, remember when you, Surreal, and myself had a conversation with Gman telling him to fall back because the atheists were making him bitter and, in his behavior and the way that he acts, and that he needed to fall back. Remember, he refused to listen to us. You remember in 2016, we had that conversation with him?
Yes. That was 4 years ago.
That was 4 years ago. And what is he doing now? He's going right back to the same thing over and over again because he refuses to accept any kind of correction. On top of that,
what did he? I'm confused.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Now?
Here's the problem. Okay. He refuses to stop, and the reality is that people are coming after him because of what he's doing. He does the very thing that Christ tells us not to do. The Bible says not to return railing for railing. Now, if someone's doing something to him, he should be first and foremost prayed up, and he should be abstaining from those people, not tossing gasoline on the fire. And I feel that G-Man's problem is that he does not know. One, he doesn't know how to introspect. He doesn't know how to correct his mistakes. The other thing is that he doesn't realize that all of this was started by him. All of this. He's got some nerve, and sis, I love you. You're my sister. But I feel that he has beguiled you into thinking that he's in the right with all of the stuff that's been going on when he's been in the wrong.
Listen, can I say this, bro?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I love you both. And I made that very clear. Both of y'all my brothers, and I'm not going to choose between any of y'all, even if it was you and Veckel, or if it was Veckel and Gcon, or if it's Gcon and you. I'm not going to choose between y'all. Y'all are my brothers, and I love you equally. But what I don't understand, the interjection of these atheists. They are not in the body of Christ. They have no business to be in our business whatsoever. The Bible teaches us what? Matthew 18 says, listen, if your brother and sister, sins against you, you're supposed to go to them, in private, which you have done. The second thing, if your brother or sister will not hear you, you're supposed to bring
another person,
and go back to your brother or sister, that they may be your brother and sister again. On top of that, if your brother and sister will not hear you or the witness, then you're supposed to bring them before the church. These atheists right now, whose platform we are on, they are not the church.
But can I say this?
No, let me finish.
Wait. There's one part. No, but there's this one part.
They are not the church.
I know they're not the church.
No, they are not the church.
But you're missing. No, I gotta stop you.
So you
respectfully. Respectfully.
They are not the church. They the enemy of the
church. Respectfully, I gotta stop you just on one point. Hear me out for a moment. Just hear me out.
I'm listening.
I did Matthew 18 with him. I did go with someone. I did bring him before others. You remember that we had this
church?
whole
Bring him before the church.
Listen to me. The collective body of believers is the church, right? And since he and I are not in a local body together, because I'm in a separate local body from him, I brought him before other brothers and sisters. You know what he ended up doing? He wants to apologize only if I apologize, as if I did something to him when he attacked. So you can understand how where all this stems from. This all went back to that whole thing that happened with us back in 2018. The Shield Squad, I wasn't even in Shield Squad, and this man attacked me out the blue for no reason whatsoever. Then he goes on the ISUPK radio to slander me. Now, in 2019, when what happened with my pops happened, do you remember that I told you that I was going to bury the hatchet with G-Man? I wasn't going to work with him anymore, but I would bury the hatchet. And I offered to remove the videos from my channel if he also would remove the videos where he slandered us from his channel. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
I took the videos from my channel down. He didn't take the videos from his channel down. And despite him not taking those videos down, I bit my tongue and I kept it moving. Now, listen to me. This man continues to go after others. He likes to pretend as if he's not wrong. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. What happened?
She left. Or maybe she disconnected.
She disconnected. Hopefully she disconnected because I really wanted her to hear what I was going to say, man. Oh, man. In 2019, man, what was I saying, man? I just lost my.
Here she is.
Okay, there goes. All right. Yep. So, Sister Cherry, hear me out.
I hit the wrong button.
I know it's all good. It's all good. Just hear me. Hear where I'm coming from. When he attacked all of us, you know, Veckel was the only one who went to him to make him apologize, and his apology was like that half. Well, I was wrong, but Faith was wrong too. When I didn't do a single thing to him, he got mad at me because I did a live stream after he had. Remember, he did that big live stream where you guys came in at the end. It was he labeled it Surreal and Faithful, calling out Surreal and Faithful. So remember, it was me and Brother Jay. We were in there initially, and then we both publicly rebuked Gman, and then basically
I remember that day. Yes, I do.
So when I made my video on my channel, because he wouldn't really let us speak on his channel, he kept unbroadcasting us. We ended up doing a live stream. I brought Drag in because I wanted Drag to give the other side of the coin, how G-Man treats disbelievers. You know, the Bible tells us we're not just to love our neighbors, but also the ones who despitefully use us. The Bible doesn't give us the caveat of just loving the people who love us. It tells us we love our enemies as well.
Agreed.
And my thing is, G-Man has not done that. G-Man continually has shown that he does not love his enemies. What he does is he returns evil for evil, railing for railing. He refuses correction. And when brothers like myself or others try to bring correction to him, he doesn't want to take it. Now, there's one last point. There was just this. I know you got one, but there's one last point. There's just one last point. There's just one last point.
Got him fired from his job.
There's one more thing. You didn't. This is the last thing. Now, Sister Cherry, I agree with Matthew 18, but after Matthew 18, we have Proverbs 27:1. Open rebuke is better than secret love. Paul rebuked Peter openly for something that Peter was doing that was wrong. What G-Man is doing is wrong, not because he's doing it to me, but he's doing it to others. So me as a Christian, if I see another person professing the faith doing something wrong, it is on me to call that person out publicly for something that they're doing, to bring rebuke to them in hopes that it would convict their heart and they would change. Now, if he would change, that's between him and the Lord. All I can do is call out his bad behavior and to speak truthfully about how he has behaved and what he's done with me, because this is a pattern of behavior that he's not just showing with the atheists, but he's showing it with believers as well. He's doing it with people like me. He did it with Shield Squad, Vocab Malone. He does this with everybody.
I wish this is what I do wish, and I know that G-Man has his faults, but you got your faults too, Faithful.
Mm-hmm.
What does the scripture say in John 8:1-12? What did Jesus say about the ones that were going to pick up stones and literally what? To stone a woman? He said, let he who hear without sin cast the first stone. Are you without sin?
No.
Have you ever, are you without mistakes?
No.
So both of you and G-Man both have mistakes and both have error, and both of you are men of God. That's the way I see you. And I'm not going to see you any different. Neither one of y'all. And I'm going to tell you right now, both of y'all are failing right now. I'm hurt by both of y'all going back and forth instead of being godly men, grown godly men, sitting down and actually talking about it and talking your differences out. And when you're done at the end of the day, if you don't want to have anything to do with each other, then fine. That's okay. But what's being done right here between you and G-Man, this is not a good example. And I'm sure if Veckel is listening right now, he will agree with me. This is sad and hurtful. The rest of the body of Christ right now is, I mean, literally, they've been texting me. They are confused. They don't understand. And they are looking at y'all like, why are y'all doing this? They look up to both of y'all. And I understand both of y'all are good brothers. Y'all have y'all issues. But you ain't never seen Cherry Love sit up here run to no Hebrew Israelites. You ain't never seen Cherry Love run to no atheists that are what? Dead set against the church, enemies of the church. You ain't never seen me run to none of them about y'all. If I ever went to anybody else, it was another believer. Y'all are family. Blood is thicker than water. They water, y'all my blood. And I'm so hurt right now. I'm in tears. I'm sick of you and G-Man fighting. Y'all can do better. And I'm not happy about this. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care what none of the rest of these people got to say. Y'all my family. And my family right now is up at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 your time, on live air, giving people what? Entertainment and drama. They love this. That's what they gonna do. They ain't gonna do nothing but make 50,000 clips because they hate Christians anyway. And they look for any and everything that they can do to what? To dismantle the body of Christ. We don't have time for this, bro.
Sister
and
Cherry,
if you and G-Man can't no, let me say this. Both of y'all are needed. And if y'all can't reconcile y'all differences,
I don't agree that right now G-Man is needed. His behavior does not.
But that's not your call. That's not your call. Who does the calling?
Wait a minute.
God does the calling. First Corinthians. It is God that calls.
Sister Cherry, hold on a moment, because I let you speak. Now hear me out.
No, you didn't let me finish getting my whole thought out, bro.
I let you speak. Now hear me out. I let you go.
This is ridiculous, man.
I'll let you go. I want you to hear one thing, though. I'm going to leave this discussion because, I don't want to be on here and then have this be looked at the wrong way. But
it
hear
is
me out.
It's too late.
No.
Already looked at the wrong way, bro.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You and I are going to have a discussion in private about this. But I want to say this, though, because you need sleep and I need sleep. But listen to me. I'm not on here endorsing atheism. Drag knows that I disagree with his atheism and the people in here because I let them know before I came in here. The only thing I'm doing is this. G-Man needs to stop. And you know this because in 2016, we had that conversation. And he is letting this make him a worse person. His attitude has become progressively worse since we've had that conversation. Sister Cherry, the thing is, we can't baby him.
What has he done we
cannot baby him. We cannot baby this man.
I'm not babying him. What is going on right now? What has he done? I've been watching G-Man's last couple of sessions. He talked about a dream he had. He talked about what's going on regarding the protesting. I remember that. He did a few other Hebrew Israelite situations. I know he did one with I can't think of his name or whatever, but it was on a whole different subject. I remember those recent ones. What has he done? What has he done? You're not telling me everything.
I'm gonna tell you what. We're gonna talk about
Tell
this.
Drag not to get his butt up in here.
No,
hold on.
No, Drag, no, please, no. Don't do it, Drag, please. Just sis, you and I are going to talk about this in private.
No, I want to talk to Drag. If this is involving him, I'm here right now. Cal, talk to me. Talk to me.
Oh, all right, fine, Drag. All right,
talk to me.
Just with that, we can have a respectful conversation. That's all I'm asking.
All right.
I know it's a little loud, but
okay, I'm gonna hear him out.
Go ahead.
What happened? What's going on?
So you've been watching recently. Have you heard that he's fantasizing about coming to my house and blowing my head off in front of my wife? Have you heard that, Sister Cherry?
No, sir.
Oh, of course you haven't heard that.
No, drag. The tone. Come on, man. I get you mad, but we can do better. We can all do better. Even if just as human beings, we can do better. That's all I'm saying. I
find that cute that every
logic and reasoning
time he makes a threat like that you somehow miss that. But that's fine. That's fine. There's an entire playlist of his threats towards me and my family that you somehow keep missing every single year, and towards other people that will be forwarded to you at your leisure. Would that do, Sister Cherry?
Yes, sir.
Good. That is great. Matter of fact, let me take care of something right now since you keep repeating a lie about him losing his job. I'm going to play something for you. I get tired of hearing this. So I'm good.
This wasn't only told to me just by him. It was told to me by other people that it was you that helped cause him lose his job, sir.
So who told you evidence that I did that? Or did you go by hearsay?
Well, some of these people that I've trusted for years, I didn't see no reason for them to lie. I understand what your question was, and I answered it. You asked me a question, I gave you an answer.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. The question was, did you have evidence? Not hearsay, actual evidence. That's the question that I asked you.
Other him being fired away from his job? That's it.
Okay.
That's all I had.
That I did any of that. Thank you. That's what I thought. Now, I'm going to screen share something here. Now, if somebody is fired from their job, they shouldn't pick up the phone, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, good.
To him because he was fired because of the evil atheist. Now, this video is no longer up. You'll see why.
Guys, as we all know, because of some harassment to life for Gman.
Gone back to tell people that he participated in scam of the month.
Fundraising, that being Gman out.
So that was August 15, 2018. This is sometime later. Again, this is before Gman actually moved from New Jersey, and Gman was perpetuating a lie that I had gotten fired. You may recognize some icons down there, people I no longer fuck with for various reasons. Now, one of the people that you see down there, you may not be able to see their icon. Yeah, I think the chat box covering it. They actually live in New Jersey, and they were actually looking for an appliance. So this person who's also seen Gman at work knew that he was lying, and that there were actually 2 or 3 different confirmations from 2 or 3 different people that Gman was indeed lying, that he was still working at his job. Now, again, no one denies the fact that he was being harassed, and I did make a video about how that harassment should stop. But even with that, Gman persisted in perpetuating the lie that I got him fired, or the Dragoon got him fired. Depends on when you ask him. So this was proof positive that Gman was indeed lying. So listen very carefully to what happens.
All right, we're live.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gary Ridgway, and tonight I have a very special video for you. So could you please show the current time?
Sure. All right, guys, as we all know, click on the promoting funding or fundraisers to try to help people out.
If you can't see the name of that video, it's YouTube.
Oh, there's a miss. So let's check on that. EM, would you do us a favor? Check on this.
Sure.
Wait, put it on regular speed, Dre. Regular speed.
Yeah, because it's going kind of fast. I can't catch up.
Hi, you have reached the office. We are not in at the time. At the sound of the tone, leave a brief message, your phone number, speak clearly, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you and have a good day.
Hello, my name is Erica, and I'm interested in purchasing a Maytag refrigerator. When you have a chance, could you please call me back at 609?
How can I help you?
Hi, My name is Erica. I was looking into buying.
Does that voice sound familiar to y'all? This is the person who was fired, by the way.
Does that voice sound familiar to you, Sister Cherry?
Yes.
Does that sound like Gman's voice?
Yes.
Would you like the timestamp so you can see the whole video?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Continue playing the video, though.
Okay, cool.
Keep playing the video.
You're no longer working at this place.
A used refrigerator, Maytag if possible.
Let me see if we have a Maytag. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Shut up.
Right now we have GE, Hot Point, and Whirlpool. We don't have a Maytag right now.
So I'd like to know how much is the price for that?
The Hot Point and the GE is anywhere between $275 and $300 used, and the Whirlpool we have, I think, is $250.
Okay. I'd like to make arrangements to come down. Would it be possible for me to look at it?
Of course, this is a store.
Okay, you might not.
Up until 3 o'clock.
Okay, I'm just asking because you might not actually have it physically in your store. And who should I ask for when I come down there?
Just come in this door. My name is Gary. When you get here, you'll see me here.
All right, that's it.
Now, I don't.
Okay. And this was roughly around the time that he was claiming to not have a job?
Yep, same time. And actually, if you watch the whole video, there's a follow-up video that he makes where he claims that all of a sudden he got his job back that same day because someone told him that the gig was up. Now, mind you, I already knew about 3 days beforehand that he was indeed still at his job. Like I've told him before that there's somebody that I know who lives in that area and sees him in there because they have to go there to get pizza. So him lying to people continuously about this sort of thing, and even recently, I find is interesting because at no point in time, no one actually gets any evidence, but it's okay to spread lies and say that, well, the evil atheist did this, and that's what the atheists do, because I've been sitting back there listening to that and listening to you repeat this lie. And you just heard him at work when he's supposed to be fired.
Wait, just bring it down. Bring it down, don't drag.
I'm sorry.
Just a little bit.
Sorry. So that's what annoys me. But for some weird reason, that those of us who don't believe are supposed to somehow change our minds about something when the clear behavior that goes on between some of y'all, I can't include Faithful in that, is enabling. That's all that I see. It's just enabling somebody's ego and absolving people from responsibility. Because I already know what the result of this, even after showing you this and showing you the threats against my wife and my child that he's made.
I haven't received that.
Well, that's
okay, you
fine.
Said you're gonna send that. You said you're gonna send that to me. I have not received that. Can I say this? When Gman does hangouts regarding, I guess, atheist situations, we don't get into that one so much. We do get involved with the Hebrew Israelite situation because that's what we do apologetics against. Now, when I first met Gman, I knew he did apologetics against Hebrew Israelites, and then later on, I found out that he did apologetics against atheism. Said, okay, fine, cool. I don't have an issue either way. Now, I'll be frank with you, dealing with straight up atheists that way, that's not my cup of tea, because I just have a certain standpoint that I just have a certain standpoint that I don't deal with straight out atheists. I don't. It's a different feel for me. And I don't mean to be offensive, but it's a certain route that y'all go that's I just don't deal with it. So and I told Gman this years ago. Okay, and I think Faithful knows that,
In 2016, yeah, we sat him down.
2016, yeah, and
we told him to stop making videos.
And I begged him,
atheists.
yes, I begged him, Faithful and Cyril, we asked him then to not, to cease even dealing with y'all. Okay? Because it was, yes, it seemed like it was polluting his, it was making him frustrated. Hold on, somebody's calling me. Decline this. Hopefully it didn't knock me off. Can you guys still hear me?
I can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So so that was my standpoint. However, G-Man, chose to continue to do what he's been doing. So I just said, okay, fine. So I don't know the full behind scenes. Now I remember when you and Faithful and I had a conversation in regards to some things that went down between you and G-Man. And I was under the impression that had ceased, died down, because after that, I didn't see anything else. I didn't hear anything else. And it's not that I'm doing this purposely. I'm steadily asking, what's going on? What's going on? But my thing is, and that's one situation. The other situation between Faithful and Brother G-Man, that's a whole nother different situation. This is why I'm screaming Matthew 18 between them two. I'm steadily screaming that, even though Faithful may feel a different way, but because of how I see him and I see G-Man, I see them as brothers, regardless of the fact that will not change. I love them both.
Sister
No,
Cherry, real quick,
Faithful,
I
can
just
I finish?
it's just
Faithful, let me finish.
one it's
I'm
just
talking to
one thing.
Dragnet.
I know, but it's just one thing about Matthew 18. There's that part at the end that if they refuse to listen to the church, you're to treat them as what? As a publican and a heathen. That means the same way that you see the atheist, you're to treat that brother who refuses correction. That means you are to shun him and have nothing
Yes,
to do with him until he corrects
I
himself.
get that, Faithful. I get that, Faithful. But from what I'm seeing right now, being done before taken to people who are outside of the body of Christ, they're not the church. They are not the church.
I know that,
Now,
Sister Cherry.
G-Man did
I
something
didn't do this because I
recently.
think that they're the church. I didn't do this because I'm bringing correction to G-Man by saying all of y'all are going to bring correct. No, I look at it this way. I, as a Christian, individually, am bringing correction to him as a Christian. These people happen to be in the room. Whether they believe or disbelieve has no bearing on what I had to ultimately say to G-Man. My words to G-Man were for his correction, for his betterment, in him improving not only the way that he treats believers but disbelievers alike, because he's supposed to be, if we're going to be consistent here, he's supposed to be the bigger example, the better example, right, as a Christian, and yet he's exhibiting the behavior that he himself criticizes from atheists. He's doing the same things that he criticizes atheists for doing. That makes him double-minded, sister. That's all I'm saying. And he needs to stop that. That's why he needs to fall back. That's why he needs some time alone, or he needs to get into church. Someone needs to disciple that man, to be honest. He needs discipleship.
I will say this. I will say this. Now, I still, and I'm going to appeal to G-Man. I still would love G-Man to just to let this, not even, I'm going to be frank, not have any dealings with none of these atheists at all. Okay? And vice versa. If G-Man backs off on the atheists, fine. But guess what, to you atheists, y'all need to back off too and go your way. Because I've seen some of the stuff that y'all have done, like with the downing of his videos. I mean, just massively. And then may I finish? May I finish?
Let her finish her point. Yeah.
I got something
Thank
about
you.
that.
Yeah.
The flagging of his videos, he sent me the emails on that. Okay? I've seen that. And I'm going to say this here, and I'll let you respond. I am going to go to G-Man and I'm gonna ask him to just completely walk away from y'all altogether. But if I ask G-Man to do that, y'all need to walk away from him too. Stay off his channel. Stop doing y'all part, because y'all can't. Don't act like you're gonna sit up here and act like you ain't did stuff yourself. Because I know I've heard this part that Dragnut and you and G-Man been going at each other. Ooh, what about what's going on? What about maybe 7 or 8 years now?
8+ years.
8+ years. This is. Don't you think, as grown men, that this is a little bit too long?
Oh no, not at all. If you can go at your targets for X amount of years, so can I. I don't see
Well,
why.
see here. Let me see. Let me make this clear to you. Me going at Hebrew Israelites for 4+ years, and Faithful has gone longer than I have. We do what we call apologetics. We defend actually the Word of God. You know, the Bible that you don't believe in. You know, the God that you say that doesn't
Drag.
exist.
Come on, man.
I just want to make this clear. I'm not coming at him. Trust me.
I mean,
because if I was, he would know. Now, I just want to make this clear. Now, I want to make this. Let me finish my statement, sir, and I will let you have the floor. I understand this is your program, so I just want to say this: you cannot compare apologetics to what y'all are doing. That's not apologetics. What's going on between you and G-Man and all of this stuff? This is a gossip session. This is slanderous. This is hurting one another. It's a whole total different situation. So when I'm up there on my channel defending the Word of God and also holding whole classes on what the Word of God says, you cannot compare that to what is going on right now. So please don't do that, respectfully. All right? Praise God. Go ahead.
Okay, so respectfully, I'm gonna do what I want to on the internet, and I don't care what you think. Let's get that off the bat, right? I absolutely agree with Faithful's mission. I think the Black Hebrew Israelites are a malady upon minority communities, and I will do whatever I can to help him in that endeavor. First and foremost, what I do here is a hobby at the very best. At the very most, it's something that I make a little pocket change off of on the side because people are entertained, and I put that back in to help other people, but you wouldn't know anything about that. So when you start making these stipulations, and I love that you made this stipulation about if G-Man and I part ways and we stop doing what we're doing, that'll never happen because you can never control him. Every time I've tried to make a deal with him throughout the years, he can't keep up his end of the bargain. It doesn't matter. And so because you seem to not understand that, I will allow myself to be put in that situation where, you know what, I'll stop making hey, people are going to be mad. I'll stop making G-Man videos.
Can I just chime in for a moment, Drag, just for a moment? Because there's something that because I get where you're coming from. I certainly get where you're coming from. And I get where she's coming from. What she meant to say, if I understood her correctly, is from her viewpoint, she sees it as, can you guys just let bygones be bygones? What you're trying to say to her is that you have tried in the past and that it has always fallen flat because of G-Man, because he never holds up his end of the bargain. You are willing to hold up your end of the bargain so long as he holds up his end of the bargain. Is that correct?
Yes. And actually, I talk about this on my channel a lot, that there's a cycle with G-Man. If you look at the thumbnails on my channel, you'll see whoever I'm talking about in the thumbnail. You'll notice that there's a trend of G-Man, 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 G-Man. All of a sudden it stops. That's because I focus on someone else and I leave G-Man alone. And he comes pining back for my attention. He'll message me on Skype. He'll start making videos about me. All other type of stuff. Everybody who's hidden down here can tell you. Everybody in the live chat can tell you he loves the attention. So if you think that something you're going to whisper in his ear is going to make him stop, it's not. He hasn't stopped in the last 8 years. And I've, in that time, had a soft moratorium on his channel no less than 3 or 4 times. But if you're willing to try again, I'm more than happy to show you that you're wrong about that. So while I
mean, don't hurt to try, do it.
You know, you're more than welcome to attempt that. But at the end
I'm saying it don't hurt to try, right?
But he's saying he has tried though, Sister Cherry.
No. I'm talking about me going to G-Man and talk, because I said I'm going to go to him and speak with him. It doesn't hurt to try, correct?
So please do, but please also hold him accountable instead of absolving him and enabling him. That's very
I'm
important.
not. Listen. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I believe that is something that's going on behind the curtain regarding you and him and the rest of y'all, who are in the, I guess, the down part, outside of this conversation right now. I believe that is something going on, and ain't nobody really talking. Ain't nobody really telling me. I'm getting little tidbits here and there. I will admit that, but nobody's really telling me what is happening. Because, like I said, I don't. When Gman deals with atheists, deal with y'all. I don't watch those sessions. I deal with what I deal with, which is the apologetics against the Hebrew Israelites. Now, I can tell you that verbatim. But this, whatever is going on with you guys, and including the ones that are in the waiting room, fill me in. I don't know, and I will have to speak on regarding to the rest of the Christian community. They don't know. We're not lying. Okay, Bible tells us, "Thou shalt not lie." Okay, so I'm not saying that Christians has never lied, but we're trying to hold to the standard of God here. So I'm being honest with you. We don't know.
Okay, so
and it's like,
so Sabella has an entire playlist of G-Man threats.
okay, let me pick up my phone and look.
So if you type in G-Man docs, G-Man the doc dropper, over 6,000 views. Want me to play some of it for you?
Can I just say, before you play that, I did play Sister Cherry the video where G-Man made the disparaging remarks to Sabella about her not being able to get pregnant, and so she did hear that. So Sister Cherry was aware of that.
I did speak to him about that. I did speak to him about that, and I did rebuke him about that. And he told me that was from a long time ago, and he said that he wished he had not said that. So I did speak to him about that. But I'm concerned. I'm gonna be honest with you. What I'm concerned about is the reason. Now I get it. It's gone on for a long time. Whatever's gone on between y'all. But I'm like, what? When I got all of these texts and calls and stuff like that, I'm like, what done happened now? What's wrong? That's why I keep asking.
So if you've not seen this video here, it has over 6,000 views for a reason.
Okay.
140 threats, 15 doxings, and 5 threats of physical violence.
Now, when you say doxing, could you explain that?
Dropping a person's personal information.
So G-Man actually did it earlier with Faithful to God by revealing his first name. G-Man actually did it today in this hangout before you came in here. That's a form of intimidation. So I'm going to link this video to you so you can sit through all 50 minutes of it.
Can you just show that part in the video where he holds up the hammer and play that portion?
Sledgehammer? Yep.
Yes.
Let me find the sledge.
Yeah, the sledgehammer.
That one was specifically for me, I believe, because that's cool. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Oh, he's going to go get his little friend. I think that's what he's saying. All right, so
My job and physically got.
Oh, we can't hear you.
I have reached my limit with it. If nobody else is going to be man or woman enough to say something to that jerk, then I'm going to be one right back. And I wish he was in New Jersey right now. Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to show you something, dry nut. If I ever see you in New Jersey, dude, if you thought Triple H was vicious, dude, if I ever see you in my neck of the woods again, dude, I'm going to show you who ain't 5'11", dude. Seriously.
very Christian-like.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it gets better. My wife gets brought up, my child, because that's very Christian-like too. I mean, I can play that if you want, but it's amazing.
Can you show the one where he tells your wife something to the effect of, if you're on YouTube, you're open game?
Oh, your wife is open game. That one I think is a compilation on someone else's channel. I have to dig that up. But yeah, no, he said actually. I think he's he's repeated that recently. That my because my wife has she's not an atheist, by the way, but she has a gaming channel. She does unboxing videos, and so it's okay to attack her. But I can.
Gman feels it's okay to go after Dragnut's wife because it's Dragnut's wife, even though she hasn't disrespected him. She hasn't said a single thing to him. It's just been him and Dragnut, just the two of them. But for whatever reason, because Dragnut is his enemy, it's basically whoever's close to Dragnut gets it too. And it's ironically, Dragnut, if I can just parallel something here, it's no different than when he got kicked out of Shield Squad and attacked me, even though I'm not in Shield Squad. He decided to bring up something that was completely unrelated to the whole Shield Squad incident, into the beef that he had with Shield Squad, and and we were on good terms at that point, me and him. We were on cordial terms at that point, and he still decided to attack me over something that had nothing to do with me. So he has a pattern of behavior of going after people who have nothing to do with his issues with others.
There's also, I forgot, JD's kids. I have to find that video. He threatened to dox the school of another atheist kid because he disagreed with him. This was years ago, though. But for some reason, that was a common one. I'm not sure why people's kids' school need to be doxxed, but that's G.
I would put my email in the back, but I'm I don't want to. I'm a little afraid.
No, it's all good. Listen, Drag can
'cause
send
I
me the
don't
videos,
want-
and I can send them to you, Sister Cherry. So
I'll have a Christian. Sabella has most of these catalog over the years, so
or send them to me, Drag. If you send them to me, I can text her all the videos. But here's the thing, Sister Cherry, the Christian faith does not stand and fall on G-Man.
I understand.
G-Man behaving the way that he does not mean that the Christian faith is false. It doesn't invalidate what we believe in. G-Man is G-Man. G-Man's behavior represents him. Drag, you are not basing the Christian faith upon what G-Man does, correct?
Absolutely
You have
not.
tell her that you have a Christian mother, you have Christian family, Christian uncles. This man sent me tell her what you sent me recently. If you don't got to go in depth, but it was a sermon from your uncles.
My grandmother recently died of COVID, and my uncles and cousins were given a sermon at her funeral, and I felt that faithful might enjoy that because of the vigor and because of their unique style of preaching. And that's something that I shared with him because I sat and I listened to all of that. But I didn't share that with a whole lot of people. It's the first time ever talking about it, right? Because if I hated all Christians, why would I do something like that? Because I heard you mention that earlier.
Yes. I'm under the impression that atheists hate Christians. Yes, I don't move away from that.
No, that's a lie. That is a lie you tell yourself. And it's shameful. You should stop saying that. I didn't hate my grandmother.
Sister Cherry, even if you disagree with his ideology, he is still a human being who still cares about his family and his family who is Christian. Right?
I never said he wasn't a human being, but from what I have seen, the ruthless things that have been done by atheists.
But Sister Cherry, no. But here's the thing. But look, let's be logical here. If I were to tell you, well, what about those people who profess the Christian faith, who went on killing sprees or murdered Indians or enslaved Africans? You would easily tell me, no, those people don't represent the Christian faith.
They are not real Christians. You know any kind of well that Jesus Christ never taught that.
Right. So in the same vein, you cannot pin on him what other atheists do because he's his own man. Whatever someone else does has no bearing on Dragnut as a person. So respectfully, even if we disagree with him ideologically, you cannot broad brush him based on what someone else does, because it would be like him saying, well, Sister Cherry, you're no different than the Oklahoma City bomber who believed in the Bible. Of course, that would be a misrepresentation of your character. So don't do it to him. I'm not saying to agree with his atheism. What I'm saying is be fair. Be fair. You want him to be fair with you, be fair with him as well. You know?
Okay. I'm faithful. You know, I'm not happy right now. Okay.
I understand, Sister Cherry.
I love you.
Look, I'm gonna get off of the channel. All right. You know, so I'm not gonna be here any longer, and I don't plan on coming here every single day or anything like that. This was a one-time
I didn't
deal.
know this was going on. It's like 2 and 3 in the morning. I'm thinking that y'all in the bed. Like,
Look, you know what? Regardless of what G-Man says, this is as far as I'm going with it. Right here today, this was it from my end. I will not say a single thing after this. I don't care what he says. He can say he could make up a million things about me if he wants to. I don't plan on saying a single thing about this man again. All right? I'm not going to say anything. He can say whatever he wants. I'm going to practice the faith. If he wants to do what he wants to do and do it his own way, you know, contrary to what Jesus taught, that's on him. But I felt like I needed to say something today. And Drag knows, because Drag, you know, I've been for like over a year now. Trust me, I could have said something last year and I didn't.
okay. Well, I mean, you know, okay, I do have another question. Because I did receive a call from G-Man. I don't know if he was, I don't know what platform he was on. I can't remember it, but it was being said by atheists regarding, you know, I hate bringing this up, but regarding when you had the GoFundMe going. And I know G-Man wanted to raise a GoFundMe for you. I know he did that, just like he did for me when my family had that fire back in 2016. Now, it was put out there that G-Man misappropriated funds, but he didn't. And I told them that they needed to stop that.
Well,
That
in all fairness,
lie.
I did correct Drag on that one point. I explained to Drag that what G-Man did was vindictively redirect the funds to his account so he could give them to me, just so that he wouldn't have to leave them in the GoFundMe, since Deidre, so we have a mutual friend named Deidre, so that somehow Deidre wouldn't get any credit or whatever he thinks in his wacky mind. And he forgot the fact that the money was going directly to me, not to Deidre. It wasn't being filtered through Deidre then going to me. It was going directly to me. But in his moment of vindictiveness against Dragnet, you know, his dislike for Dragnet led him to do that. And to me, that felt weird. It's like, well, if everyone else, Sister Cherry, you have Christian brothers and sisters who have donated directly to the GoFundMe.
I know.
With
I
no
have
issue
people
whatsoever.
from my platform donate to you.
And G-Man was the only one. It wasn't even Drag didn't even make the GoFundMe. It was Deidre. But for whatever reason, he associates Deidre with Drag, and so you know, it's like guilt by association with him. And he decided to redirect funds from the GoFundMe to his PayPal just so he would send it to me. Which is just
when I spoke to G-Man about it, he did tell me that he wanted to do something on his own because he did not want to have any problems with the rest of them. This is what he related to me. And I said, okay, fine, you know, if it'll keep the peace, because this ain't, you know, let's not have no, you know, whatever is going on, let's not make it about no feud. We trying to help Brother Faithful. He said, I know. This is why I am taking this route. That's what he told me. He did not want to have any fight or any, you know, anything that was going to take away from the focus, the goal of getting you the help that you needed at that particular time. And I had agreed with him on that. But then all of a sudden, months later, or now a year later almost, folks are saying that he took that money and misappropriated. No, he didn't. He didn't even do that with me. If anything, he got me the help that I needed. All of y'all had helped me.
Well, Drag, here's the thing, right? You and I talked about this off air, where there seemed to be this idea that maybe he was skimming money off of the donations. And I explained to you that no, he literally showed me. I'm talking G-Man literally did show me his PayPal and everything.
That's my concern, right? And so you and I spoke about that because what G-Man left out of his explanation is that he actually went and told people, and the video's still up, that the GoFundMe was fraudulent. So that little detail was left out. That again,
and maybe I used the word misappropriated myself earlier in the conversation. The way I used it, though, maybe the way I understood was that instead of directing the funds to my GoFundMe, he was directing it to his PayPal just so he could have the I guess the ego boost. Yeah, it was like the ego boost of being able to say I gave Faithful the money directly without having to deal with Deidre or Dragna, as if somehow you were the one who made the GoFundMe when it was Deidre who made the GoFundMe.
Yeah, and so because there's actually two videos. There's one video where he acknowledges the existence of the GoFundMe, and then he calls it fraudulent, and then attaches my name to it, even though it's clearly Deidre. And he says that he knows about it, but he doesn't have any connection to it. And then I make a video on my channel and go, there's something that's not right when you're telling people that this GoFundMe is fraudulent, but then telling people to put money in your PayPal, right? Because that doesn't look right. That doesn't pass the sniff test.
And one more thing, just one more thing. That really grinded my axe because I thought to myself, what does your beef with Deidre have to do with getting me help? And why would you redirect the funds to your PayPal? I mean, why? No. I know you said why, but it makes no sense. It's just him to get an ego boost, for him to feel good.
No, he felt that would have been the most peaceful way. I talked to G-Man before he even started. Now listen, whether y'all feel that I'm absolving him from something or whatever, I'm not going to get up here and lie. I talked to G-Man before he started. He said, I heard what went down with Brother Faithful. I want to help, but I want to make sure that this gets to him. I want to do this without any conflict. I talked to him for almost 2.5 hours on the phone.
Could I ask you this one thing? If when you were going through your situation with the house burning down, if we all decided to collect money to send it to your PayPal, but somebody in the group would have said, nah, I'm not going to send it because I think that PayPal's funny. Let me go ahead and send me the money to my PayPal and I'll send it to Sister Cherry. You would think that's weird. You would be like, what? That doesn't make any sense. That makes no.
If I don't know the story behind it, which obviously you didn't, Faithful, then maybe yes. But that was not the case. I'm telling you why G-Man took the route he took. Now I'm not gonna let him go down for something that
can you show the paper,
be put onto
in the chat?
Put something
Steve
on him
McCrae's
that's not what he was meaning. And the same thing with you, Faithful. I wouldn't let you go down for something that isn't your fault.
Sister Cherry, look at your screen. Look at your screen. It says, did G-Man talk to Faithful before he did this? And the answer was back then when he collected that money. The answer is no. I found out when he actually did his live stream, the little short live stream that's still on his channel, that, Drag can even play right now. That was the first time that I heard anything about G-Man collecting anything and sending it my way. Now, here's the thing. This was after I personally had been distributing the link to. Hold on, let me finish this point.
No. I want to say this to this Miss. No, I want to say this, Faithful.
Sister Cherry, I personally distributed the GoFundMe link.
I want to say this before you finish. To Miss Holy Spackle, beloved, I'm right here. You don't have to be in the chat. You don't have to say whatever you're gonna say behind the curtain. I'm right here, so I can tear your behind up. Watch your mouth.
Sister Cherry, listen to me. I personally distributed the GoFundMe. I personally asked brothers and sisters to help me. And I don't do that kind of thing. You know how hard it was for me to even, to tell y'all how hard it was for me to monetize my channel was very difficult. Just asking for it. Sister Cherry, I'm the kind of person that I hated receiving anything from any one of you guys. So that was difficult for me to even distribute the GoFundMe.
But I'm telling you
Drag knows how
what we
difficult.
talked about.
Hold on a second. Drag can tell you how difficult it was for me to talk to him and his wife when I was going through what I went through. So Deidre can tell you. Now, let me tell you something, Sister Cherry. That was something very personal to me. For Gman to be as petty as he was in doing what he did, that to me just felt like, wow, like you can't disconnect your personal feelings with someone else from helping a brother, a fellow
But he still
brother.
helped you though, Faithful.
He did, but
even if you don't agree with the route that he took the route that he thought was best for him. Again, you're taught. I'm a witness on that. I'm telling whether you agree with it or disagree with it. This is the route that he felt that he needed to take, and to get you the help. All he was concerned about was getting you the help, but he did not want to have any parts with the others because he knew about it might cause confusion.
I'm well aware of that.
I am a witness to that conversation.
I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't stop me from looking at that as being weird. And so couple that with all the other stuff that's been going on. Gman, the ISUPK appearance, slandering me, attacking me, half-heartedly apologizing, and then going right and then calls me out to a debate after he apologized. Like, who does that?
So I got a quick question. So people who don't want trouble and cause confusion, do they start making allegations against other people?
No.
Okay.
You're not supposed to.
So when Gman told you this, did he inform you that a part of him telling everybody about that they can go donate to him instead of the GoFundMe, did he tell you that he blatantly incriminated myself and Deidre in some type of scam?
No, because that wasn't even that wasn't even part of the conversation at the time. We was just talking about what he wanted to do. And he said that he was going to hit the people on his channel to donate to the GoFundMe for Faithful, and he was going to get it to Faithful. That was pretty much the conversation.
So how was he going to give Faithful the money when he didn't even have Faithful's contact information?
He's got Faithful's phone number. That's not hard. And he could have get there.
No. Not at that time. Not at that time. No. At that time, he didn't have my number. So you ended up giving him my number because you had asked me, and because at that time I needed the help. Right. Matter of fact, hold on, wait, let me stop. Let me just hold on.
That's not hard.
Hold on a second. Here's the thing, but hear me out. Now I'm gonna add one more caveat to this. I did have a conversation with Dragnet about the whole incident with Gman and the funds and everything and the PayPal, and I told Drag, look, I'm just gonna let it go. At that time, I was in dire need of help. Drag knows this. And I was like, look, look, man, whatever, Gman's weird. I need help and I appreciate whatever help I can get. And I realized later that help that he attempted to give me was then used as a tactic to leverage something else from me. Do you remember this, Sister Cherry, in March or April of the same year? Do you remember we had a conversation, three-way conversation where he instructed me to make a video defending him against Dragna, and I said no, and that led to a fight. You remember that?
Yes, and I remember
he
asked
used
you to
that
take down your videos of something.
And he used that PayPal money as leverage in that discussion so that he could say, "I helped you."
He does that to us because
Sister Cherry, he said that in that discussion because I even said, I was like, "Yo, who the heck does this guy think he is?" You remember we had that conversation. You know how mad I was that day.
I remember us three being on three-way because I was at work and I was talking to you and Gman. I remember that Gman wanted you it was either you wanted Gman to take down some videos or Gman for you to take down some videos. I remember the video conversation.
But
that
the thing
I
was,
do remember.
But when I told him I wouldn't make the video, he got upset, and then he immediately tossed in the fact that he helped me because he was looking for that opportunity to just use that against me. As if of all the things that he could use against someone, why would you use something that is, man? Sister Cherry, I have never tossed in your face what I've done for you.
No,
but
you
G-Man
have
has
not.
continually tossed in people's faces what he has done for them. Never mind the fact what others have done for him.
I bet you G-Man never told you that I've given him money throughout the years. Did he ever tell you that?
No, sir.
Did he tell you I gave him money last week?
No, sir.
Sister Cherry, do you know that Dragnet actually helped you with some money during your time of need?
No, sir. I never asked any questions of the donations that I received at that time. I was, especially that was back in 2016. So a lot of the people, other than Hebrew Israelites that I could recognize, I believe that outside of them, everybody was Christian. So I never questioned.
Dragnet, do you remember the text messages of G-Man? Remember, I think I had, or maybe was it someone else? I don't remember. Oh, no, I did show you. Do you remember when he threatened to dox me to the Black Hebrew Israelites?
Yes, I do.
He said he would. Remember, I showed you the text messages to my phone.
Yes. And I referenced it back then, and I referenced it at the beginning of the series that I was doing, going over some of this. That I think you had referred to him in the text message as his first name, and then he flew off the handle and threatened to expose you and give everybody
In a private text message. He flew off at the handle. Can you believe that?
Right.
He said I was doxing him in a text message between the two of us.
Because that's what a sane person does.
Because I called him Gary. I didn't even say his. I think I just said Gary.
I mean, it's just to me. This has just become painful because it just. I can't help but to go. Here's something blatantly wrong that G-Man has done. Blatantly, like diverting funds from somebody's GoFundMe and then implicating people in a fraud is whatever, right? Because G-Man had the best interest in heart. You can go listen to the video and he tells you what it's about. Oh, I know you guys want your reward in heaven for this. That's what it's about. He blatantly says it. But maybe people don't watch his videos. Maybe I'm the only one that actually watches G-Man's videos and his behavior. Because
I made it very clear to you, Dragnet, when he deals with atheists, a lot of us do not deal with those particular sessions. And I made it very clear to you that I'm one of those people that don't get involved in the atheist dialogues like that. I made that very clear, didn't I?
Yes, and I'm making something clear before you cut me off again. That I wasn't done. That this video that I'm referring to was towards faithful to God. Now, why would it be about atheists if it's about faithful to God? How did you miss that one? It's still on his channel. Huh?
Yeah, I remember that when they had their conversation, I remember Faithful wanting some videos taken down, and I remember, if I'm correct, I believe that G-Man wanted some videos taken down.
And I took those videos down, and he didn't take his videos down. Yeah,
okay,
he never took the videos from his channel down. Now he claims he privated his channel. Now, by the way, Drag, I deleted my videos.
Yep.
How come G-Man didn't delete his videos? He privated the videos and then they became public again, apparently.
Because no one's going to hold him accountable for anything and overlook it and absolve him. That's why. I mean, it's clear from what I'm hearing right now. That's exactly what happens.
Again, I just made it clear to you. A lot of us don't know what is going on.
Let him finish. In all fairness, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him just finish. Let him just finish, Sister Chair. Go ahead.
You need to calm your ass down.
No, wait. Come on.
You better watch your damn mouth. That's what you better do. I'm not none of them other people.
I know.
You better watch your mouth, Drag. Whatever you want to call yourself.
Trust me. Just level head, better heads here. Come on.
G-Man's channel real quick.
Hood rat.
And just
no, don't do that, Sister Cherry. No, that's not right. Don't do that. Don't disrespect him,
please. Let me go to his channel real quick. Now, I shouldn't be able to find any video talking about Faithful and this GoFundMe. I shouldn't be able to find nothing about him talking about donations and updates. Oh, wait. Here we go. Look at this video here. Look at this. Faithful to God, donations, update, and announcement. Oh, man, look at that. Now, this is not about atheists. This was December 29, 2018. It's interesting.
So when you talk about what videos you have and have not seen, this one ain't about atheists. So I would implore you, and matter of fact, I'll put it in the side chat so you can listen to it and make your excuses later, because I'm sick of this shit. I'm being really patient with you, more than I normally would, because this is ridiculous. I already know as soon as you see that, you're going to absolve him anyway. But there you go. There's plenty of evidence for you to go deliberate and do whatever you think is efficacious for this matter. Now I'm done.
Again, I'm going to make myself clear again. When G-Man is dealing with atheists, the rest of us Christians, a lot of us who be in the Hebrew Israelite sessions, we don't deal with that particular sessions regarding the atheists. It's not our cup of tea. Okay? Unfortunately, it's 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, so I can't make a whole bunch of calls. So you can talk to those particular Christians, and they'll tell you the same thing I just told you, whether you believe it or not.
I don't really care.
Second thing.
Oh, go ahead.
That's fine. That's fine. So if you don't care, stop whining.
No, don't do that, Sister Cherry. Come on, Sister Cherry. Come on, you're better than this. Come on. Listen to me, both of you. Just hear me out. It's late. The point is this, Sister Cherry. I get that you do not interact with atheists on a consistent basis, and you are essentially saying that you don't know the ins and outs. I get that.
And I'm
wait.
Hey,
hold on a moment.
I
know that, Sister Cherry. Just hold on. The point that he is trying to make is that he's trying to let you know what has been going on, where these petty, silly issues are coming from. They're coming from G-Man's inability to behave maturely and to do things in a Christ-like manner, especially since he professes to be a Christian.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't.
Now this is the thing.
What y'all show me, I don't agree with that. No.
Now, I believe that Dragnet believes in something called GP, general principle. Correct, Dragnet? So regardless of believer or disbeliever, and trust me, Drag and I have had conversations where he does not have some very nice things to say about certain atheists. And I would say someone's name, and Drag, I want to put this person on blast. You know exactly who I'm talking about. And Drag doesn't like him either. But I'm going to stay quiet about this particular individual who's an atheist. Trust me, Dragna gives it up proper both ways. He does not play games. So I will give him that. Despite our disagreements, despite the fact that I will never agree with his atheism, I still give him credit where credit's due, because I know that this man is being, at the very least in what we're talking about now, he is being very objective, very straightforward, and he's just stating it how it is. It's just,
and that's
it is
fine.
what it is.
But Drag needs to understand not to cuss at people, because especially when I didn't cuss at him.
Look.
I'm still, listen, a lot of this stuff, I'm being honest with you. A lot of this stuff I don't know about. Now, I heard tidbits here and there, but like the full story, it's like, don't nobody really, and even on the atheist side, it's like, don't nobody really want to talk about it.
I'm sure he got heated in the moment because he felt that he was being disrespected. But Drag, I'm sure.
Fine, but don't take it out on me.
I'm not justifying his cursing either. I'm simply saying we want level heads to prevail here. And Drag is a mature person. You're a mature person, Sister Cherry. I know both of you would disagree with that statement, but I sincerely believe that both of you have the ability and the capacity to reason and see where both sides are coming from, right?
That's why I'm here.
And
we talk,
Sister Cherry, and even Drag, we talk about this all the time, where we can be on separate ends of the spectrum and still be able to at least see where we're coming from. And I see where he's coming from, and I see where you're coming from, Sister Cherry. I don't know if you're quite understanding where he's coming from. I don't think you understand where Drag is coming from. I understand where he's coming from.
Well, he said he's going to provide the links. And I would like to see him. I'm willing to sit down and say, I mean, I can see if I say, well, I don't, believe what you're saying, and I don't want to see that near. I can see if I was saying that, but I'm not. I'm willing to see what he has and actually see what is going on. And then on top of it, yes, am I going to have a conversation with G-Man? Absolutely. Especially what I just seen, what he showed all of us, public air right now. I'm definitely going to question that. But I'm just telling you the information that I have, and I'm letting you know the information that I don't have.
No,
So
I get
just
it.
because I don't have that and I only have limited information does not give this man the right to call himself disrespecting me, Faithful, because you already know
I get it.
Not
I get
the
it.
one.
I get it, Sister Cherry, but hear me out. But this is also a man, and give me just one moment, Drake. This is also a man, and I'm not justifying what he did, right? But at the same time, I will say this though. I can understand his frustration because he's a man who has had his wife and his family attacked, and they have nothing to do with the issues that he has with Gman. Whatever he has with Gman is between him and Gman, and yet Gman doesn't seem to make distinctions between his problems with Drag and Drag's family, or
Everybody's
his
getting
issues.
drugged into it.
So it Drag can actually send you those videos because he sent them to me, and
He sent
if
me
you could,
one.
you know what, Drag, send them to me, and I'll text her those videos one by one. So you can even send the one where he threatens your wife, and I will certainly send those her way. And Sister Cherry, I will say this though. Hear me out for a second. I know that you look at it as you give G-Man more leeway in your view because you believe he's a Christian, Drag's not. But that's partiality. If you saw injustice being committed against a disbeliever, your job as a Christian is to be against injustice, period.
I am against
Believer or disbeliever.
injustice. I just want the full story about what's going on. Like I said, I got tidbits here and there.
So
I
I'm going to
remember
send those
having
your
a
way. Yes,
conversation
I
between
agree.
you
I agree.
and Dragna.
That's right. And I'm
that
going to
was the
send those your
last
way
time
so
I
you can
heard
have the full story. Yes,
from
and
him.
I'm going to send those your way so you can have the full story. But I think right now, because
That's
drag, all of us are tired. I know it's late where I'm at. I know it's late where you're at. I know it's late where he's at. I think we should probably just, as far as our part of this conversation, we should end this here. I don't know if Drag wants to keep this going, but we can certainly end this here. But so let's go ahead and just call it a night, Sister Cherry. I will talk to you later about this. I will send you those videos. I'm about to, matter of fact, I'm going to check my inbox now because I believe he is sending those videos.
Okay.
And so I will send those videos one by one to you. And Drag, make sure to send the relevant videos, with the, I want her to see the salient information regarding,
And can I say this? Can I get ample time to go through this? I mean, I don't know how many links it is, and I don't know the length. So I want to watch these links from beginning to end. Okay. I'm speaking
and to answer
the
Hogtie, because Hogtie's in the chat, says, why is Faithful redirecting those videos from Dragnet? Because she doesn't have contact with Dragnet, so I am the middleman. So since I have her information, I am sending those videos to her. And in fact, Drag is sending those videos to me as we speak.
Look at Yahukanon heretic number 15. Listen.
Wait, Yahukanon's in the chat?
Yeah, that rat is in the chat. He's such a, oh God. Listen.
Can you do me a favor? Hey, Dragnet, can you time this man out, Yahukanon, please? I don't got time for Hebrew Israelites right now.
Because he just looking for the next story to sit up here and make things worse. Listen. So I want to say this to can I say this to the atheist community? Dragnut is going to provide the links to Faithful so he can provide it to me. You have my word. I will watch these links depending on how long they are and how many there are. I will watch them from beginning to end. Okay. All I ask is from the atheist community is to give me ample time to go through those links. Can we agree upon that?
I mean, look, you can do with those videos. I'm not speaking for the atheist community. I'm just saying, regardless, from even from a Christian perspective, you can look at those videos and do what you may with them. But Sister Cherry, the information is there, and it doesn't stop it from being what it is. All I'm telling you is, if you care about G-Man, you can simply ask him.
I care about you both.
I know you care about us both, but the conversation is about G-Man's behavior. So if you care about G-Man truly, you should offer him word of advice that he should fall back. He should reevaluate how he's going about doing this stuff. And I'm pretty sure if he stops making videos against Drag will stop making videos against him. I'm pretty sure that Drag is a reasonable person.
I will have any material.
to Black Poodle, yes, I will.
Yeah,
I will.
So let's go on ahead and so let's go on ahead and just I'm gonna step out. You're gonna step out. Drag. You can bring everyone else in. I appreciate you for allowing us to be on here, and I certainly appreciate everyone's patience, and I definitely apologize for for you guys being in the background as long as you were. So, with that being said, I bid you all farewell, and Sister Cherry, I will talk to you later. I will send you the videos right now. Matter of fact, all right.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Y'all
All
have
right.
a good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night, Sister Cherry. Well, that was rough.
Greg?
Yeah.
I'd like you to include in that list that you're sending to Faithful to send on to Sister Cherry the Bullhorn video.
The Bullhorn one, I sent the GoFundMe. That's definitely not about atheists. I sent the Sabella's Threat playlist, I think the Grand Doxing video that Laura made. Yep, that one's in there. Any other ones? So those four links are in there. So
Okay.
well, you know what?
Just so she gets to see what G-Man gets up to with his bullhorn and how he treats people and how he deafened everyone.
I'm sure that there's a nice excuse for that too. I mean,
I know.
Yeah, I already, like, you could take the rest of the year. I already know what's going to happen. But I'm so glad. One of the, like, most of my dealings with a lot of the idiots, and that's Christian or otherwise, is that there are very few people that you meet that leave a lasting impression on you. And one of those people is Faithful God. Because I had such a poor view of Christians because of G-Man and Beckel and the other idiots. But, like, every time Faithful calls me, I make sure I have time to talk to him. Right? That guy, just, you see how much fucking integrity that man has. And in the face of that, like that right there is something to behold. So, you know.
Drag, I seriously have no idea how you kept such calmness, because as you can see in the private chat, I was over there screaming, "Let me in, because this is so freaking aggravating."
Like, I have a lot of patience, but that right there, the second she came in, I guess she doesn't realize that her behavior is abhorrent to begin with, but it's just like the only reason I did not go both barrels is because of Faith. That is literally and my wife. That's because you know what? The Faithful said chill, I chilled. My wife was there. You know what? Because a lot of disrespectful shit that she was saying. And myself at one point, I'm like, I said, y'all could probably see what I was saying, muted. You could probably read my lips. You know, evidently I hate my fucking grandmother, and I'm like, this stupid.
Yeah, like the majority of my family are Christians, and I love the shit out of them. And the thing is for someone to sit there and it's like, oh, all atheists hate Christians. It's like, the fuck you say?
Yeah, it's just bullshit. It's just more mindless bullshit, you know. And it's whatever. But that's what when I talk about G-Man enablers, this is the shit that I'm talking about, right? This the shit that y'all see in the chat and y'all hear, that's enabling. That's all of it. And as soon as look at all that, well, G-Man kind of threatened people's wife, and he wanted to maybe shoot someone, but he was just angry. We all get angry. It's the same shit we're gonna hear.
Yeah.
No, there's not going to be any hard lines drawn with G-Man. There's not going to be much anything. But
and I find it.
I hope I'm wrong.
And I find it hilarious that you sat there and pulled up a video where you said this is not dealing with atheists at all. There's nothing in the title that says anything remotely about atheists. Yet this one flew under your radar, and she still sat there and was like, "Well, if it's about atheists, we don't watch."
It's so that she hears what she wants to hear. So I mean, it's. You know, I don't know why I'm surprised, but it, you know. So
are we gonna take bets? Are we gonna take bets on how long it'll be before he turns on Sister Cherry?
Where's Sister Cherry? I'm right here. I'm here, Miss Sister Cherry. I'm right here.
It's 3 a.m.
Oh God!
And people were phoning her while she was in this discussion. Why do you pick up the phone, Sister Cherry? Just go to bed and tell them you'll deal with them in the morning.
I just want to know why she tries to assert such dominance over another woman. What the?
Well, I mean, she was trying to assert her dominance over drag.
I'm not one.
She was like,
big dog.
She was like, first of all, drag or whatever you want to be called, you don't come at me like that. It's like, Bitch,
like
what?
Like, does you think
answer.
you know? I get yelled at for a living. Like that's what I do. You yell at me. It's not going to intimidate me at all. Like you're not intimidating. You sound like an ignorant fool. Like most of the times, Sister Cherry, and your abuse of Matthew 18 is just disgusting. What that can do, let me tell you, the abuse of Matthew 18. Go to a brother in private. I have witnessed cult members using that verse and excusing abusers in church. The Jehovah's Witness had a big, huge blow up about that. The Mormons had a big blow up about that. We've seen people do that in Protestant churches. We've seen it in the Catholic Church, and you know what they all hide behind? Matthew 18. Let me tell you, if something's public or illegal, take care of it. Like don't do this whole bring it to the elders and hide in the dark thing. It's complete garbage because nobody holds these people accountable.
Yeah, and the way the Jehovah's Witnesses really abuse this is the fact that in order for, like, for instance, if somebody is accusing a higher member of the church, you know, whether it be whatever, I don't really know all the different Jehovah's Witness, you know, layers or whatever, but if someone was accusing a higher member of sexual assault, they abuse it by sitting there saying that in order for the person who is making the accusation to bring it up to someone higher than him, there has to be one other witness to the assault.
Yeah.
In order for them to actually take it into consideration.
Oh, it gets.
And it's like, if you're going to fucking rape somebody, you're not. Sorry, trigger warning for that word. I know that it triggers a lot of people. I'm so sorry.
Real quick, I got a message. And this is from the same folks who were watching earlier. What I saw, I will say, faithful. I will be a person of my word. I will hold off on Gary for now, but know this: I am watching.
Nice. But so,
who's talking about the trigger warnings?
Me.
Okay. Well, who's me? Sorry, I wasn't looking.
Frustrated atheist.
Frustrated. Please watch the trigger warnings because your trigger warnings are triggering me.
I just want to point out with the Jehovah's Witness, not only do they say you have to go to an elder and there has to be a witness, but they will also make you face your abuser across the table from you with the panel of. So, like, if you imagine you're a kid, there's like all these stories of these kids that have been abused and they have to face their abuser across the table from them. And this is considered a good idea. And it's all the excuses. Matthew 18.
And one of the worst things about this is the fact that, let's just say there was a witness to the event. I have a feeling that what's going to end up happening is the higher church member, his word is going to be taking over even the two witness rule, because he's a elder in the community. You know, he sits there and he is, you know, pretty much given to us by God. You know, God gives me commands and tells me who to put as elder, and he told me to put him as elder. So are you going against Jehovah?
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. Just kind of taking a step back. That my view of religion has dramatically shifted based on kind of my encounters, and it's as weird as it is that whole shit show that we just witnessed for the last 2 hours. I've sort of like taken the religious aspect out of it. I'm just seeing dysfunctional people, and that religion is just only one of the tools that they're using in their dysfunction. Like that's really what I look, because, and I think for especially a lot of new atheists, they'll tend to view that and go, "Oh, no, this is the problem here with religion. This religion does no. This is a people issue. This is not a religion. It's a people thing."
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's all about the people, because the thing is you can even see this type of behavior in non-religious people.
What gets me about it really is interesting is that, like, you know, I get it that, you know, Gman is Gman and everything, but like Cherry was just looking for, even after you showed the video of the sledgehammer, and you actually heard her for a brief moment. She goes, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Oh wow, you're oblivious to this. You're just now realizing." And then after it was all explained to her and everything, she turned into like, but G-Man told me it was like, but Brondo has what plants crave. That's a idiocracy reference.
When she says that she genuinely hadn't seen that video, no, don't get me wrong, I believe her. They only view what they want from G-Man when it's useful for the Black Hebrew Israelite stuff, and I absolutely believe that. But the thing about Faithful of God was odd because again, that wasn't about, that video was targeting her group, and so the fact that she couldn't see that even after G-Man told her about it before he did it, I found that a little odd. So I was like, okay, whatever. But it's interesting because some of these things were brought to her attention, other people's attention, and it gets swept under the rug. And like you see,
and that leads me kind of to my second layer about it. Is it's like, what is G-Man's hold over these people? In other words, like we get the fact that he, like he's got his coddlers and enablers and everything, but then it leads me to a second question. It's just like, does he have like ransom money on them or something? Like, what the heck?
I can tell you a couple things. So that's a good question. One is people are afraid of G-Man. I found out that there are people that are close to G-Man that have actually told me that they're afraid of speaking out against him because he has their docs and they actually don't trust him. Like, that is a thing. Like, people actually are worried about that. And it's so funny because they lie in public about that. But to be honest, like a lot of them don't trust him either.
Okay,
the other thing is that I asked S.J. Thomason why did she like G-Man, right? Because she attempts to be cordial in her engagements, right? And G-Man is completely the opposite of that. And she said that she likes people that rattle cages and are bold.
Yeah, well, she's nuts. She's
S.J. Thompson has also been called out several times by shout out to Florida Line for all the hypocrisy that she has done. Florida Line has screenshots upon screenshots upon screenshots of S.J. where she says one thing and then she says something completely opposite. And then when it's brought up to her attention, she sits there and says something like, well, I've had a new revelation from God, or God spoke to me and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And she tries to weasel her way out of the contradiction instead
she's
of
got
saying,
some
you know what?
issues, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes Florida Line's completely wrong, though. He's very uncharitable, and I think that might be Peter, but also Peter's uncharitable, too. They're both uncharitable, like, very uncharitable. But, like, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Like the whole, when she said God made atheists for X reason, and then in another tweet she says there are no atheists. Like, people are like, at first glance, they're like, that is a conflict, right? But one of them is acknowledging a position that the atheists hold, and the other one's actually saying that position that you hold, whether or not, like, this is fair or not, you can argue, but there is a theological stance that everybody knows that there's a God that exists, and like, you can deny him, quote unquote, in your unrighteousness. I guarantee you that's the stance that she has.
Well, the thing,
Wait, before y'all continue, a few things. I'm gonna, like, in 10 minutes, I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all can still sit in there and talk. I mean, it's 3:00 here. Second, the person who's sending me these messages, they're not connected to the group that Shani was trying to pretend to be a part of. This is someone separate. So, all right, go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, well, just the in-depth amount of dishonesty that SJ has in her debates and everything. That should lend some credence or some evidence to how dishonest and how plagiaristic she is in real life.
I wanted to tell you you reminded me once about this. He was talking about how when you joined the army, you end up to serve U.S. citizens, not just the straight ones. I got an example. This story is an example of that. A friend of mine works at a gas station, and we're talking, and
You muted yourself, Gary. It's the shortest story I've ever heard.
I know, very short.
You muted yourself, Gary. I can't unmute you.
Yeah, you have to unmute yourself, Gary.
Go to StreamYard, Gary, and hit the mute button down in the corner.
Or just, I think, hit M if you can. That'll do it too.
How do you work this technology?
It's tough.
Well, while he's working that out,
there
I
he's
do
done.
want to.
There you
Can
go.
you hear me now?
Oh, there you go. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there was no one else in the store, so we all go outside. They're smoking, and I'm talking to them about stories I've heard about basic training. One of customer comes in, Mark, the other guy, had to go in and serve the customer. And I could tell service anything about this, but I could tell this guy was some post-traumatic stress disorder. All the while we're talking, he's clocking around, looking out for this, and he's kind of high-strung. He turns to me with what got me through my time in Iraq is my love of the Lord Jesus. You a follower of Christ? And for a second there in my head, I went, thank you for leaving me, Mark. Then I went, no, I'm an atheist. And he was fine. He was cool. He was happy. And I gave an example of how fundamentalists treat the LGBTQ community. And I gave him an example of a video I did where I talked about how in the video I said people criticize Muslim extremists for throwing gay men off the top of tall buildings, which is worse, that or Christian fundamentalists tormenting gay men to throwing themselves off. And he gets this intense look on his face with a voice that can only be described as pure rage. He goes, those sons of bitches are ruining Christianity for all of us. And proceeded to tell me everything's fine. Yeah, he doesn't care who sleeps with who. So when Christians talk about this upcoming great punishment, or what do they call it, trials and tribulations, everyone's going to be against them. I don't think it's going to be atheists. I think it's going to be Christians who heard that bullshit story one too many times and says, wait, you just what? For? It's going to be people who just and then just let's unload on them.
Gary, I'm going to have to get the TLDR version of that later because I heard maybe 70%.
Yeah,
Was
me
I
too.
muted?
No,
you're
you
Oh.
roboted a lot.
I heard him fine.
I could barely hear him.
Yeah, it's robot here.
Apparently my computer's shit.
Okay.
So I missed the last
I'll just
bit.
try this another time. Sorry to interrupt.
It's all right, man.
Good.
But I missed the last bit between Sister Cherry and Faithful and you, Drag. Like, I saw you getting really angry. You played the clips from Gman with like the threats against you and whatnot. And then I went to hop in the shower. I was like, well, they'll probably be done by the time I get back. But when I saw that you weren't, I was like, oh, okay, well, let me hop back in. Would it be possible for you to get me in contact with Faithful? Because I did want to ask him a question. Like, in good faith, like, I actually wanted to pick his brain about, like, passages in the Bible, and he seems to have no problem talking about that with atheists. And I just wanted to get his opinion on certain verses. Like, I'd have to get them all together because I don't remember them by heart.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, like, my take on what I heard before I left, she was obviously in pain, and whether it is selective hearing, so or the equivalent only seeing videos that, don't have the truly heinous things that Gman has done or not. It did seem like there was genuine pain there, that she was hurt, that these two people that she cares about both were going at it 2 a.m. I thought it was a bad idea to get her involved, and I'm not sure who reached out to her because, that's just not fair. It's
G-Man did.
It was G-Man.
Yes.
So it makes him an asshole. Just gonna say, he's the asshole there.
But she doesn't realize that, and she can be mad at all day long, but she's being used by him, and it's clear that anytime he has an issue, that he finds her as a cudgel because she's going to come in and be loud and obnoxious and absolve him from responsibility. That's.
I honestly, whenever she was gonna come, when she was coming in, I honestly, wanted to be like, sorry, G-Man, woke you up, just we never wanted any of that type of thing. And then automatically from the fucking gate, she started screaming and hollering, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, because that's how you communicate effectively.
She screamed at me like I was just some sort of atheist, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. That's what I don't understand. These people, they want to win over people to Christ. So why would you behave the way G-Man does?
They don't. No, she doesn't care. Her goal is reaching Black Hebrew Israelites. Now, I'm not sure. Maybe that's an effective tactic with them. I haven't seen that be but I'm willingly telling you that I don't know. Maybe that sort of behavior is efficacious toward whatever endeavors that she's doing, but
all I know is that if
I wouldn't know. No.
All I know is that if I didn't break down whenever drill sergeants were screaming at me, I'm not gonna break down whenever she screams at me.
No, and I was like, I was so ready. Oh my god, I'm so glad.
I can see, I'm starting to learn your tells for when you're fucking pissed off. I'm starting to get the hang of this. I'm relatively new, to your crew, so to speak. But you were fucking pissed. I don't think I've ever seen you that pissed.
I had to mute myself a few times because seriously caught what I was saying while I was muted.
If I wasn't in the backstage where she couldn't hear me, there have been several times like, what the fuck are you even talking about right now? So I'd already got called out earlier by, I think it was Melissa, for saying some misogynistic shit, and I was about to get called out again. And so I was close because I actually have to watch myself. And I don't know if she was around, but thank you for calling that out. And thank you, people, for keeping me, because at one point evidently I cussed at her and I didn't even realize it. But my wife had to actually say something, so I shouldn't have done that. As rude and obnoxious and fucking ignorant as she is, I shouldn't have done that.
And for her or a lot of Christians, a cuss word is a bigger deal to them because they've assigned such a deep offense to the word. It's just, it hits harder.
My sister absolutely hates it if you use the word fuck. She will sit there and she calls me out by my full fucking government name. I'm just like, whoa, what the hell? I didn't think it was that bad.
Names. I am honestly, I didn't know G-Man had done the whole doxing thing. I knew about the threats and stuff like that, but for him to literally, start to dox here, it's are you fucking kidding me? You have no control over this stream. You can't just take it down to save face later. It's here forever. How fucking stupid are you?
Really don't. Well, he has enablers. That's why. So a perfect example is what happened recently, where G-Man clearly says that there's going to be some physical violence if someone disrespects him, and then he plays. What was it? Oneness asked him about it. And so G-Man reiterates exactly what he said and then goes on to talk about something else and then went into, okay, you explained it. Didn't even touch it. Didn't even explain what he meant by physical violence at all. And I'm sitting there listening to it. I was like, yes, this is the crowd that's dumb enough to accept whatever he says. And the second they don't, they're not Christian anymore. So, of course, he's just going to agree. But that's what I say. When I painstakingly go over the attributes of G-Man enablers, you guys got to see it here, alive and in color, in real time. These people are enablers. That's all that they're doing. And so And besides faithful, I don't put faithful in that at all. You
Yeah,
know,
no, he was amazing. Like
yes,
super reasonable and
absolutely.
honest and had integrity and honor.
G-Man could stab a baby and they're going to stick up for him.
I have a sincere question though. And it could be because I'm just ignorant about certain things, but I don't want to sound like it's supposed to be a racist comment, but is the whole entire, keeping it within the people or whatever, is that like a black church type of thing?
No, that's an insular thing for most church groups. That's not race specific.
It's in a lot of church
Okay.
groups, but it's a misapplied verse. It comes from Matthew 18. And it says that if a brother offends you, to go to him in private. If he still doesn't listen, you bring someone else with you. And if he still doesn't listen, then you can bring it in front of the church. And so what they're going to say is, if you address a public offense publicly, they're going to say, well, you didn't Matthew 18. You didn't do it the proper way.
Yeah, and the reason why I asked is because growing up in the specific Baptist church that I grew up in, I've never really was something that we actually did.
Oh, I bet they did. I bet you they did in there.
It might have been because I was a child at the time. So I mean,
yeah.
So they might the elders might have, but it was just something that I never personally saw. And so it was just like it was whenever I was hearing this stuff, it was just kind of like a new concept to me. I was like, what?
Can I say something? Like I've been talking about the negatives of how that verse is used, but like in a positive way. Matthew 18 says, if you have a problem with your brother or sister, you go with them in private. So like, that's pretty sensible. Like if I have a problem, like Kitty and I have become pretty good friends. Like if I have a problem with Kitty, it's going to be I'm going to have a better result, or she's going to have a better result if we talk to each other in private, instead of saying, oh, by the way, I have a problem with you live on air.
Right. And if it can't be resolved, then we can bring in somebody that knows us both and, try to have
no ambushing.
Right. So like totally makes sense. Like you're not aiming to ambush people or humiliate them. Humiliation usually doesn't go very far. Like, okay, that totally makes sense. But what it's turned into is coddling of abusers and enabling. And when something's done harmful in public, they don't address it in public. They address it in private.
Somebody's breaking up real bad.
Gary, you're roboting again. Yep.
I think it was.
Yeah, Gary. I'm going to throw a monkey wrench into this whole Matthew 18 thing. As somebody who studied this stuff in seminary, you got to realize that this was Jesus talking to the apostles specifically, and there wasn't a church to go in front of. This was a matter of keeping tight inner circle among the people going out and preaching. And now it's been applied to the whole church and enabling abuse. So Christians don't want to hear that stuff.
I think I did mention that in chat as well. Like there was no existing church when he said it.
Exactly. Kitty, can you send me an email so I can shoot that to Faithful?
Yeah, well, just hold on.
Do you have a Facebook or something?
I'm not really on Facebook. I don't know if they're on Twitter, but I can send my email.
Email is probably the best. I doubt he has Twitter. I hope he doesn't. Twitter's canceled. I'm about to shut this bad boy down.
Yeah.
I admittedly got pissed when she started talking about me hating Christians, and so of course that inference I hate my fucking grandmother, and
I got mad as soon as she started yelling at me about something about like me not like, what did I say? Oh no, here comes a Matthew 18 abuse, and she said, oh, you did not address me. Apparently we can't address you. Okay.
Right, but what was the other one that Faithful had brought out, that like if it's not something directed against you, you're supposed to fucking call that shit out in public?
That's Proverbs.
It's in Proverbs.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, if he did something to Faithful, all right, mediate it. Like it's a one-on-one thing. It's reasonable to go to that person and try to work it out. But if someone's doing something shitty like doxing or fucking, sabotaging people or things, or
threatening to show up my house and beat me with a belt.
Fucking
Like,
call
that happened
that
to
shit
me.
out publicly, because if you don't, then people aren't going to know about it.
There's a subtext there. That's cool unless you're G-Man. That's what we're forgetting.
Of course.
Doesn't apply to G-Man ever.
Like, I absolutely agree, like, with Faithful. Like, as an atheist and an anti-theist, I will say this, though. Like, sure, G-Man is great for anti-theists, not so great for bringing people to Christ. But I will say, like, I agree with Faithful's argument that he needs to work on himself before he wants to do ministering, even though my anti-theist position is served by G-Man doing what he's doing, because it gives a bad, tarnish to the faith that he's preaching.
Well, I worked in church for a few years, and I can tell you this, that a Christian that has fallen away or is a baby Christian can still, quote unquote, do ministry. What they don't do is put them in leadership. So, like, preacher, evangelist, like, they would move them to, like, a position of, like, service of some sort, but that way, like, if a struggling Christian or a baby Christian, like, they're not like, here, you're completely benched, but, like, they won't put them in leadership. And the thing is with this stuff is, like, he assumes a role of leadership because I'm an evangelist, I am a preacher, and that automatically will assume a role of leadership.
Deidre, what you're forgetting here is that G-Man is pretty much next to God, and everybody else needs to get right with God. Even though everybody else is saying the same thing, so that means, usually the common denominator is that it's G-Man, but no, it's not G-Man, it's everybody else.
So, like, G-Man thinks of himself as, like, the Black Pope. Like, he speaks for God, and he is the
Okay, Kitty, now that you've said
He's always
that,
excommunicating
wait,
people.
hold on. Now that Kitty has said that, we're going to start the clock and wait for G-Man to refer to himself as such.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Todd, are you an atheist or a theist?
Oh, I'm an atheist of about 15 years now.
Okay, but you went to seminary?
I did. I graduated seminary, and then I did 4 more years of Koine Greek.
Okay. I worked at church for like 15 years. I wanted to be like a youth pastor for like a long time.
I was sent by my church to be the new music minister, and had to explain to them after seminary that I don't believe this anymore. And that was an awkward situation.
So you graduated seminary 15 years ago?
About 15, yeah.
Yeah.
It was 98. So, gosh, it's more 22 now.
There's actually, like, a group of atheist, like, pastors and ministers. Like, I remember hearing about it online, where, like, they might still be going through the motions and have
clergy project.
Yeah.
Longer.
Exactly. That's a big deal.
It's called the
That's
clergy project.
People
It's
stuck in
actually-
their job and can't figure out how to get out of it. It's mostly those guys.
And the community, like, you
in it,
have all those community ties, and you risk losing everything coming out of
Well, and the thing is it gets worse whenever you have some of these people who are within the clergy project who have been pastors or priests or whatever for going on 20, 30 years. And they're like, oh my God, they're like, my entire life has been dedicated to this. And I'm too old now to try to go back and find a different path now. And so it gets really, really sad because, you have these people who are stuck in a position that they no longer believe, but they also don't have any other way of financially supporting themselves until they actually start talking with other people within the clergy project.
Yeah. Take it from me, it's very common. Especially among recent seminary graduates.
Okay, so on that note, it's late. I'm going to leave this open. Kitty, you should stick around. But other than that, thank you for people for showing up. I'm going to stick around for just a bit. And
thank you, Drag.
If G-Man starts calling himself the Black Pope, you owe me another bowl of lobster bisque.
Okay.
G-Man hates Catholics.
Oh, Rick Zilla already says that he wants to hear G-Man say that he's the Black Messiah.
We'll see. On that note,
I thought that was Kanye.
If y'all don't walk away with anything, challenge yourself. If you're offered some correction on something, don't be hesitant. Nobody's beyond reproach, including myself. Acknowledge your faults, no matter who it comes from, and yeah, that's
Be good to people.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you believe or what they believe, just be a decent fucking person and
Dear
treat
Christians,
everybody like you'd want to be treated.
Dear Christians,
And in my
please treat people like humans instead of like, these are atheists, these are lowly atheists, these are atheists, these are atheists. If you believe in a God that created people in his image, that means that everybody's created in his image, the Imago Dei, which is human dignity. And you should be embracing human dignity. And so instead of saying, oh, this is a lowly atheist, why not just treat this person like a human?
And in my not so subtle way of, or not so pleasant way of saying this, just don't be a dick.
Yeah. I mean, the world would be such a better place if everybody followed that rule. Just don't be a dick.
Yeah.
And remember, everyone, drag is an overweight
excellent.
coward.
Yes.
I'm going to be the optimist of the group. I predict that G-Man's going to get some rebuke over all this from his Christian community.
No, he won't.
No, he won't.
I'm going to be bold and predict.
I hope so, because he really needs a course correction.
Yep.
Beckle does. I don't know
Before
what
you
mean.
end this, I want to
don't know
say
what you
something
mean.
before Dreg really ends this. Faithful, just correct me here if I'm right on this because I was kind of in and out. Faithful did say that G-Man thinks he knows the Bible better than Faithful.
Yes.
Okay. Todd, you
Sir.
went to seminary.
I did.
Where in the Bible is it describing a scene where the dead rise up and run around a city?
Believe, oh gosh, it's one of the Gospels.
Okay.
Matthew.
John. Is it Matthew?
It's
John
Matthew.
has all the weird stuff. Okay.
Okay. You're right. It is in Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked G-Man this, and he said, nope, that's an atheist trick. It's a lie. I had him read it from his own Bible, which he stuttered through because he's illiterate, and then believes, no, somebody put that there. This is a guy who says he reads his Bible, yet he hasn't even read the 4 Gospels to know something like that.
No, the put-in stuff's at the end of Mark. We got to correct him.
Yeah.
We need some rebuke.
Now,
I know what you're talking about.
my understanding there where G-Man gets all of his knowledge from is either listening to other people who just get it wrong, or he misremembers what they say, or he reads chick tracts.
I honestly, to be
about
honest,
his
I don't
speed.
think. I think that you're right about hearing it from other people, but I don't think that anyone has ever covered the things, because as far as I can remember, that was never covered. Like the the pretty much the the saints rising up from the dead to torment the many.